If you feel that you can run with something that will take you out of the familiar, out of your comfort zone, but you will get a chance to show that you are worthy. For each dog and handler team, a series of 3 tests: hunt saddle, field trial, and a hunt test. Each one a challenge by itself. But to excel in all 3, you'll have to bring all of the endurance you can summon, all the desire that's inside of you. You'll need the enthusiasm of youth, the wisdom of age. If you can put it all together, you'll be the winner.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to wrap it up here in our 5th series at the 2024 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship. Our 25th anniversary, brought to you by Eukanuba. I'm Pat Burns. I'm your host here for most of the 5th series, I hope. And I'm here with Leah Spivey. Leah, how are you?
I'm doing good, Mr. Pat. Thank y'all for having me.
Well, Leah was our Eukanuba Amateur Team of the Year, and you didn't quite make it this far, but you had a good run. You had a kind of a rough go, and we'll talk about that a little bit later when we get a break. But we're getting ready to do our 5th series Hunt Savvy test. Oh, wow. They've got 5 marks and a water blind. And we'll see a diagram here in a little bit. We'll be able to describe it. Our test dog hasn't run yet, but let me just I'll describe it. And our workforce is racing out to the field. We just had a thunderstorm go by, and I think we're going to get going here. But what we've got are, they're going to throw 3 marks. And you're going to pick up one of the marks. You're going to run a water blind. And when you come back off to the left, they're going to shoot 2 more marks and kind of a breaking bird. They're going to go right to the same spot. So bang, throw one, bang, throw another one to the same spot. You'll pick up those 2, and then you'll have 2 additional marks to pick up. So I guess it's a delayed quint you do with the blind. So it's an interrupted set of marks, a total of 6 retrieves total. And kind of wild. We've got a diagram. I think not going to make a ton of sense for me to try to describe it without you seeing some of the action. But one thing I will tell you, we've moved our line over from our previous series. Oh, I would say we've moved 50 yards?
I'd say 50.
50 yards. And we are, we're kind of crisscrossing our lines to the previous test. And so, and it actually turns out the water blind is pretty close to the location of the right-hand bird from the previous test, but does not look like it at all from this angle. And and the first bird thrown happens to be the same as the shorter poison bird on the water blinds, just from the opposite direction. So, you know, I don't know how much that information that gives you, but they've got a short bird here thrown just, what is it, 50 yards-ish? Maybe it was 60. Then they've got a longer bird that actually goes under the arc of that short bird thrown, which is 160 plus. And then they've got a bird on the left, which is kind of a classic bridge bird. So are they gonna, and then so you pick up one, which will, the last bird down is going to be picked up, I think, by virtually every dog. And then the water blind goes under the arc of that last bird down. So they're going to throw 3, pick up 1, do a water blind, come back. They said bird in mouth, so maybe they're going to insist that you hold on to the bird you just retrieved, shoot 2 on the left, pick those up, and then you've got 2 more. So if that sounds confusing,
don't worry, I'm confused
too.
now I've got to look at it.
And our the man in charge here, Mr. Matt Emerson's cruising by the tent, and he's worked incredibly hard to make this go smooth, and I know he's going to be looking forward to wrapping this up. Going to be interesting. Well, let's look at the dogs here. Our first dog is going to be Satchmo and Kevin Baggett.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kevin Baggett is my neighbor from Dublin, Georgia, and my training partner. And so I'm very familiar with Satchmo, and looking forward to seeing how Mr. Kevin and Satchmo are going to perform in the finals.
So we've got the top 6 amateur dogs remaining, and top 6 professional dogs remaining. They will run together, but they will give the placements will be amateur division and open division. So the first 2 are going to be amateurs. The next 3 are open dogs. So, and any thoughts here?
Did you do the pick'em at all, Mr. Pat?
I did not.
Didn't?
I didn't figure. I didn't want to be like Pete Rose and bet on the game and get in trouble here.
Yeah.
So no, I did not do any pick'em in. What about you?
I did do the pick'em, and I actually will tell you, I didn't even pick my own dog, so I guess I was kind of smart there.
Well, it's probably bad luck.
I will tell you, I did pick Satchmo to win the amateur side, and I had picked Cooper to win on the pro side, but Jordan was in my, so I had Jordan in my pick, I had Cash and Kate in there, and I'll tell you, a lot of folks probably aren't familiar with Mr. Paul and John Robertson, but I've had an opportunity to run against those guys a lot the last 2 years, and man, Cash and Kate are just, they're all these dogs are phenomenal. And I'm familiar with Fancy and Ranger. Dustin's from Dublin too, so there's a little bit of Dublin Mafia out there running in the finals.
Well, and you've got Paul Agronoff from Minnesota and John Robertson from Indiana, not too far out of Bloomington, Indiana. So we got a couple from the Big Ten down here in SEC country.
Yeah, and then Jason Flaster, I mean, he's no stranger to the finals.
Nebraska?
He's Nebraska. He's been in the finals quite a few times. I know with Cash, I'm not sure if this is Shaker's first time in the finals or not, but Jason's no stranger to the game and being here.
So let me tell you something about what Paul shared with me with Cash. He has just come off a 2-week hunting trip with him.
Oh.
He was in Saskatchewan duck hunting, and I think he did some pheasant hunting, and he said, and that was us training coming into this. And I'll tell you what, Paul, well, he was the star of the previous series.
Yes, sir, a 4.
I got a 4. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. So 4 and 5, okay, I thought they would shoot and throw, but they're throwing simultaneously, aren't they?
Yes, sir. We got Mr. Rob walking by for our test dog, and Mr. Pat, I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm pretty sure that dog's toenails are painted pink.
Painted pink?
Yes, sir. Probably from big hats, left over from big hats and bow ties.
Oh, okay. Well, they're matching the Yukonuba tents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, our handlers are making their way up towards to watch test dog here.
Hello.
All right, Mr. Leo Joseph.
That's
All right.
pink.
I like it.
All right.
Pink's the theme.
All right, we got a pretty star-studded professional group here. Leo Joseph, Stephen Durrance, Carter, Mr. Demmer.
Uncle Dimmer.
And then we've got, we got Clark Kennington and Lyle Steinman rounding out the professional division. So, each one of those gentlemen has one dog. Pretty cool.
I think the only person coming into this with 2 dogs is going to be Mr. Dustin Owens with Fancy and Ranger, if I'm looking at this sheet right.
Well, that's impressive, isn't it?
Dustin's had a phenomenal year this year.
There he happens to be right there.
He's walking by smiling right now.
Giving us he's got a good boy shirt on with his dog holding a beer and his t-shirt. So, all right, there's the Big Ten contingent. Team Minnesota's coming by.
Team Southern Way in the house, walking by.
Okay.
Keep on rolling, Mr. Kevin. Keep on rolling.
All right.
I read on the thing it's 5 marks in a blind.
5 marks in a blind is right.
5 marks in a blind.
A delayed quint, I guess, is the best way I could describe it. You throw 3, pick up 1, run a blind, and throw 2, and then pick up the rest.
We're going to try to get a big boy try.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, really, there's only one swim of any significance here. It's got a little bit of corners of water here that'll kind of wreak havoc. And what you're looking at here right now is you're seeing the last bird down of the first set. The third bird is going to be thrown left to right across that channel. And then you're going to run a water blind. And if you look at it, you see there's a bunch of snow goose decoys on the left, and the far right hand one's right on the edge of the water. And they're going to tell you you have to be to the right of that far right snow goose decoy. It's going to angle across the pond. Now there's a tiny little point that's really hard to see from here, and I marked up a Google Earth picture, and the water level was higher, so that point is not even obvious on the overhead view. But all right, we're getting a zoom in of some of the spread of decoys here in front of us.
So, Mr. Pat.
Yes.
Let's talk about something right now. As a handler coming into a big final event like this, like I'm looking at Michael Dimmer right now. He's got his headphones on, and I do that. I've got a good luck playlist song that I listen to.
Okay.
Do you have anything of significance that you do that you would classify as routine and consistency prior to
Yeah, you know, you
event?
just first of all, you want to make sure you enjoy the moment.
Absolutely.
And sometimes you can put so much stress on yourself, you can not do that. And I notice what Michael's doing. He's standing away from the crowd here a little bit. You know, I guess the first thing is just I do deep breaths, make sure. And a deal like this is not a bad. You want to write down what happens.
I would have to write down or ask you for that diagram.
Right. Well, and some people even write it on their hand, just so you got complicated instructions. You want to make sure you get the instructions right. Make sure hopefully your dog sees what's going on here. I didn't necessarily play music, but you got yourself in a zone. You talk to some people, but for the most part, you kind of want to just, you start visualizing success is what I do. I mean, all right, get in a rhythm. You got to believe that you can do this, and you got to just do everything one retrieve at a time. And I know that's cliche, but it's so true.
I am extremely superstitious when it comes to some things. Like before I come to a competition, and I'm getting ready the night before you travel with a group of friends and this, that, and another. But I am repetitive on the times, right down to when I feed and things like that, and that's going to throw a kink in things. I'm trying to make. I feel like the more routine and consistency I can get, it's letting my dogs know, hey, we're not training, we're at a trial. It's time to loosen up. Let's have some fun.
Absolutely. Mr. Clark Kennington coming by with his big gooseneck rig.
And every one of my dogs has a good luck song. Before I run a dog, they each have their own song, and I'm going to listen to it.
Perfect.
And it puts myself in a mental state where, and to be quite honest with you, as I'm sitting in the holding blind, the last thing I do with Kane before I ever step out of that last holding blind is I jump up, or he jumps up, I give him a big hug, and I say, let's go be a team.
Well, I love it. It's important for you, a dog like that with the rapport you have, he's going to feed off of your emotions.
100%. And I think that's a lot of what I've had to learn from last year to this year is there's only so much you can control.
Right.
But the one thing that I absolutely can control is my attitude and energy at the line. Because however I'm feeling up there at the line is what I'm going to translate out in the field. And I've got to try to keep him as calm as possible.
Do you do any sort of meditation, breathing exercises or anything?
I do what I would call the chicken scratch shuffle.
Okay, I got to hear this.
But prior to getting into this, I used to do competitive sporting clay shooting.
Okay,
and so
I can see where it's the same kind of deal.
Kind of get your gun up and get ready, and I'll take my feet and I'll kind of rub them together like that. And it's, I don't know if I watch myself a lot, thankfully, for YouTube, so I can go back and see what all, maybe mistakes I made at the line, but you'll see me a little bit at the line where I'll have my feet really close together and I'm doing like this, and it's just getting me ready in that stance for what's about to come.
Well, I definitely paid attention to your rhythm. One of the really noticeable things is your when you blow and the dog looks at you and sits, you adjust your stance. You get in a get ready position before you cast.
And so sometimes, a lot of times, if you watch Kane at all, he'll turn around kind of with a half cocked sit.
So
and that
does that
little
straighten
bend
him up a little
down
bit?
is to straighten him up. Okay, sit down, let's get planted. Because if he's not sitting at me square, I'm not going to get the cast
All right.
that I probably need to get.
So I get the deal where you actually, you do that dip and the dogs learn to square up a little
Yes,
bit.
sir.
That's what you're doing there.
It might
And
not be conventional, but it works for us.
But you know what? Some dogs, would get distracted or come in a little bit. But I guess you've got it to the point where, and it also says it's almost like putting your hand down on a mark, like you're getting ready to send. You're getting ready to cast. He
Yes,
knows
sir.
that, okay, this is his preparation to look for a cast and stay focused on you. It makes perfect sense.
And some of that is too, like, blinds are not his favorite, and
Okay.
that's okay. And I think he's kind of like looking at me sometimes with like uncertainty, and so you want to get a right angle cast. Well, I can't do it if you're halfway looking at me.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
I
All right.
just we need to get square. We need to be looking eye to eye, and take a minute to breathe and relax, and then go.
Okay. Well, we're about 1:30 here, and they're probably waiting. I got a few adjustments with one of the big moving parts here is all that incredible footage that you guys are receiving takes a long time to organize. We had a short move, vehicles moved on the other side of the pond, so they're not interfering with the test, most of the vehicles. And but the boom camera, they're setting down a microphone, a boom mic, interesting,
Yeah.
on the ground in front of the dog, and try to capture that communication between dog and handler. And it just, I tell you what, it's all for your folks' benefit at home. I mean, they're doing this so you can be there, you can feel like you're there. And not only is it entertaining, it's incredibly educational. So
Is there, from last year to this year, is there anything from that you're surprised that you haven't seen at all?
repeat that one more time for me.
Is there anything from, you commentated on last year's Crown Championship, and from last year to this year, is there anything that you're surprised you haven't seen? Because for me, I can tell you, I was fully expecting to come into this, and I mean, I know what the test is now, but like possibly jump something or this or that.
Right. This test, I mean, even though there's 5 birds, this is the test that I think, like, what are they going to do next?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Because last year, and then you were in the boat.
Yes, sir. I bubble
you
gunned in
you
the
were doing
boat.
some of the shooting, and Carter jumped on, almost landed on top of you.
Well, there's no boats here today for anybody
I
to
know.
jump on.
But they had where you had to go out, put a decoy out, and come back. This is, I'm going to say, more conventional as far as what happens on the line.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't look like. Is there a gun up there? They will be shooting at the marks, it looks like, right?
Yes, sir. There's a gun up there. I don't know how many times they're going to quack and
Right.
shoot this mark. Don't shoot that mark. I'm not sure, but
But sometimes the dog's in a small hut.
yes, sir.
But this, for the most part, looks like this dog's going to sit more conventionally at the side of the hand, who's on that stool, that revolving camouflage stool. So this is, I guess, a little bit less theatrical.
Yes, I think that's the perfect word for it.
But and the other deal, when we talked about it, you do all that stuff, and so it's fun. But I guess there's a purpose, is to put the dog in with a lot of distractions, and be able to still stay focused and do his job.
Yes, sir.
And I get it, and sometimes in training we do something called an organized confusion drill, and this creates some degree of organized confusion. But 5 birds in a blind, 6 retrieves, in the world I came from is, unheard of. I mean, the most you'll ever see typically is 4. So, okay, well.
I think we're getting pretty close to possibly getting started.
We're working on, I know they're working on trying to get a couple of the diagrams up, and then we could describe it a little bit more. But
Something else too, just looking over this running order and things like that. I don't know how much you follow with the SRS, but there's some names on here. There's some new names in the finals now.
Well, that's
some
exciting,
folks,
isn't it?
Some folks who've never been here. You know, Mr. Ron Anderson and Mr. Mike Gibson are just they're such good competitors, and they dominate. But this year we got some new faces coming into this. And
Well, when did they split the amateur and open division?
I want to say it was 2016 or 2017, and ever since then it's flip-flopped between Ron and Mr. Mike, who have gone back and forth and won. But
It's going to be a new champion this
or
year, isn't it not?
2018. I'm sorry, 2018.
2018. Okay, we got that cleared up. So this is the 6th amateur.
Yes.
Is that
I
my
think that's
my
correct.
math
yes,
right?
Sir. So someone new will wear the crown this year, and who that would be, we're going to find out here shortly. Handlers are up there now, fixing to get the debrief, and I'm sure they're all anxious to see what they're about to walk into. You know, when I go into a handler meeting like that and I'm listening, I definitely try to be, up front as much as I possibly can to try to. I really want to hear what Matt has to say, and this is that portion of those minute details that you need to be listening to.
Well, I think you guys can probably hear the description here, so we'll try to let you hear what their instructions are.
Shooting your dog.
Shooting your dog.
If your dog creeps out, you shoot your dog.
Shoot up.
Shoot up in there.
Yep.
Questions about gun safety? I wasn't trying to look at your problems. Questions about gun safety?
Okay. So you're going to come off lead back there at the holding blind. We're looking for you guys to proceed to the chair, you and the dog at the same time, or roughly the same time. When you get to the chair, we're going to have you load 3 shells. Sit down.
Real
load
quick.
3.
Grab 5 from
Oh.
when you're in there. We're not going to put them
Steven.
out in case they get wet.
Do we need a duck call? Do we need a duck
Yes.
call?
Carter.
What are you talking about? I had it on all times. Not one time.
Technically, you should have the 10. You went your test started with
Not the door.
Yeah, so
All right,
up
hey,
here at the
come on,
line
let's go.
now,
Load 3.
start, you
When
got
you're
Matt
ready,
Emerson,
blow the duck call.
who's our
When you
lead
do,
marshal.
Bird
We got
1 is
Michael
going to come
Dimmer
out. I
behind
think
him.
it's at
Then
like
that's
51 yards
Mr.
out of this
John
hole. Right to the
Robertson,
left and land in the corner of that
Dustin Owens, Carter Turner,
Bird 2
bunch of great
is gonna
handlers up
come
there.
out
Mr.
from
Paul,
behind
Clark
that
Kennington,
shed,
Jason,
10
Lyle,
meters on it,
Mr. Kevin,
right to
Mr.
left
Leo.
at 170. Bird 3 is going to come out left to right here.
That's
where
Mr.
Cameron
Tommy
is.
Baldarachi giving
It's gonna
instructions.
Splash in the water right there.
54.
54 yards. He wants you to pick up, then you're free to release when the birds are, all 3 are on the ground. Pick up this bird right here, the 3rd bird.
Mandatory go.
Mandatory to pick that one up, okay? When you come back, you're gonna sit down at the chair. Well, you want them to have 2
Well,
loaded?
so when your dog picks this one up and is swimming back, load your other 2. Sit down.
Sit down.
All right.
Okay, bird in mouth. Dog stays with the bird in his mouth. You're gonna blow the duck call again. 2 birds are gonna come out pretty close. They're gonna, 1, 2, gonna come right out together. Boom, boom. Okay? Clear your gun, take the bird out of his mouth, put it in there, and you're gonna run your blind.
Oh,
That's
Blind, can
interesting.
everybody see the ribbon on the?
It's the same.
where the other mark was.
Yeah, real close.
Real close, yeah. Okay, so
Changed
what
up.
we're looking for here
Instructions are
is, see
different than
the
I
snow
thought
goose
they
on the edge of
were.
the water?
So if I heard him
We want you
correctly, he
guys
just
in the
told
water
them that when they come back, they have
before
to
that
keep
snow
that
goose.
bird in their mouth while
Okay.
they shoot their
50
remaining 2
points
marks.
to the left if you go
And
in
they can take it
after
out
the
of their
snow
mouth
goose.
if I heard
Bring
him
'em back.
correctly.
I'm a little confused when you do the blind. Initially, I thought you did the blind right after you picked up one mark. But did they say they were throwing those 2, pull it off, and running the blind?
Yes, sir. That's what I thought I just heard.
Did 2?
Get dry.
Well,
get
that's
wet.
going to make it more
25
interesting.
Yes, sir.
points on each if you don't. Okay?
25 for not well.
Yep.
What is the definition of wet on the backside of the
Yeah.
point?
Water.
Toenails, but it's wet.
Yeah, toenails is wet.
Okay.
Yep.
So you said 50 and 50?
25.
I mean, do y'all, is there something definite that y'all can tell from a judge's standpoint that it's wet? Toenail wet? I mean,
Can we see how
What was
wet?
the question? Hold on. What was the question?
They
Well, I
said
guess we'll know
toenail
when we
wet.
see
I said
test
yeah,
dog
but
what-
is there something
exactly
definite
what
they're
if there's
saying?
something definite
Get them back in the water. Don't give them anything to judge.
Okay.
All right, on the blind. This is the finals of the Crown Championship. You should be able to get that dog in the water before this match.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Do not. Once you pass it, that's it.
Nothing about this other decoy though.
No.
No. Nope.
We just want you in the water by that.
In the water there.
Leo.
Is this just about the blind or
Right
this
now, it's
question?
when
About getting in the water?
good questions
only
go a
allowed to ask
long
one
way right here. And listening and knowing those minor details and making sure you know them.
So are they telling you what point penalties they are?
I'm
Clarifying
gonna,
that?
just looking at this, I'm gonna assume that white decoy out there on those blind is gonna be come into play.
On the left.
On the
right?
left, yes, sir.
Well, I thought what Matt said is that they want you to the right of the decoy that's right on the edge of the water, just right on the left side of that channel. And now you can see that point now. Folks, look at that it's a little skinny little sliver right over Matt's head. That's the point that you're going to get on and cast off. And it may even be running water in there, and I'll tell you, this is, so there may not be swimming after that point. My guess is they're actually, I don't know if it is or not. We'll find out. But Matt standing there in the black shirt, you're looking at the line of the blind is over the top of, directly over the top of his head.
That dog drops the bird. We tell it fetch, and it takes off and does it one of those birds.
Just based on what Clark's body language is saying right there, I'm sure he's asking about bird in mouth, because he just did the see ya hand motion. And I would be asking that question if a dog breaks, if they have to have bird in mouth, and that dog spits it out, and you tell him to fetch. What if he goes for one of the other ones? Is that a major penalty? Because if there's a mat up there, does that mat come into play? Is there a penalty for getting off the mat? You know, these are those questions that, you know, I would be asking, and that I would want to know the specifics.
All right, let's run the test dog and then we'll.
Here goes a test dog.
Let's scoot back, give him plenty of room, please.
Okay, well, you're going to see the whole
Thank you, sir.
kit and caboodle here. I guess maybe this will be called the kit and caboodle test.
Blind planted. Here we go.
This is Rob robbing that here.
Yes, sir.
Now, he's not running. He's running
He's running Miss Nova. Miss Nova is his go-to hunting dog, with her pink toenails that she walked by.
He ran Wiggle. So, well, there's a look from one of the throwers there. Rob was sat behind the screen with me yesterday, enjoyed, told him about how he got into all this. So he put 3 shells, so it's obvious you're going to be shooting at.
Started with a duck call.
Okay, and it's hard to see that, but they threw the short bird on the right, which was the same, and now we got a longer bird on the right that comes out from behind that little shed building, the one further out. There's your last bird down. Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
there's
So
3.
far, you pick up 1 bird. All right. I originally thought you ran the blind right now, but I think I was wrong. Essentially, these 2 birds on the left are going to be a double poison bird. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Well, I was trying to see,
Rob diversion.
and it was hard to see back here on the screen what color. We got mallards or flashers being thrown out there. I'll ask somebody and find out. I did see 1 flasher, I believe.
So we got bird in mouth,
Watch.
looking right at us.
Watch. Sit. Sit. Here.
Okay, so now you start your blind.
Good. Here.
Dog in front of the chair on the blind, please.
Okay, you heard that. Dog needs to be in front of the chair on the blind, which designates your launch point.
Dead. Here. Right there.
Back.
Okay.
I just heard a ooh coming from the handler crowd.
Looked like he was going to go to the right of the proper decoy, but this dog's kind of dropped its nose. Okay, well, took a few whistles to get him in the
So based
idea
on-
of doing a blind. And yeah, I'll tell you, that's pretty typical in hunting. They pick up some birds in the decoys. Now you got to run a blind or retrieve through the decoys, and they want to hunt where the other birds are. Okay, well, that's all swimming water. I think what you're seeing there, that camera view, was from that first bird retrieve station. There's a cameraman in with the thrower. Now the really valuable view is going to be watching from behind here, so you appreciate the line to this blind and how this gives a left angle back silent cast. There we go. All right, here you go. Well,
Okay, well there's that bird, so that's a
well, look
mallard.
at, there's that point. Oh, so there's a planted poison bird there.
I don't know that it's planted. Was it there? Was it thrown there? I couldn't tell from back here.
Okay.
And I wonder if that point comes into play, and if you don't get on it, if there's a
Oh,
major.
sure there is. Do you think is that definitely a mallard sitting there?
It looks like it is.
Okay, well,
I
she's-
could be wrong.
It certainly has the,
Maybe it's a stick.
well, they call them in there, but it has the shape of a,
Certainly looks like one. I could be wrong.
well, we're going to have to find out. I gotta, so now I know the routine. I was mistaken a little bit on the mechanics. Maybe they made an adjustment. Okay, well, there you go. You see there's the end of the blind. Well, there's definitely something sitting there.
Yes,
And
sir.
it's-
I really feel like that's
Yeah.
one, but I could be wrong. I hope it's not left from yesterday.
That's about where.
That's exactly.
Isn't that about where the short bird landed?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go up there. We're going to go up there and ask
Oh,
them.
it is. See?
I hate it when, well, obviously they knew it was there.
I'm gonna have the blind
She
panther
switched
come
out.
Switched.
She liked that one better than the other one.
No.
That would be game over. Is that DQ? I mean,
I don't know if that's.
it's
I'm sure that's going to be
the
a major
equivalent of a
penalty,
switch,
But
I guess, even though, but it wasn't
Hurry,
a bird that was thrown, was it?
hurry.
It was just planted there.
no, I think. I couldn't see the throws from back here, but I'm sure that's.
No, the one that was right on the edge of the water here, that the dog picked up a.
Now straight towards us.
Around the water.
No, I don't think that one was thrown. I think that was just planted on the bank. Well, we're going to find out. We will get clarification. At first, Leah and I wondered if they really even knew it was there, but they obviously did, because there was a
To your right. To your right.
bird boy was trying to run and pick up
Keep
the.
coming. Yeah, get it.
He's trying
Now
to-
hurry back. Go.
Well, good thing they didn't have that one laying out there.
Yeah.
The white beacon. Okay, so now this dog
Here.
has got 4 retrieves, 2 out of the same station.
Oh, that dropped. I got it.
No.
Okay, big splash into that little
There is
water.
standard old fall here.
She's gonna.
More switch.
There's a big log laying there on the edge, and it's pretty visible. I mean, it's very visible, but is this dog going to climb over it on the way back? It's not really on line, but
Come here. Here. No.
It's going to make a field trailer cringe when you send them right back to the old fall and you say good dog, but it's not an old fall because there's 2 birds there.
Good here.
So now you've got these out of the way.
Now, well, you've got 2 birds left. One of which was exactly the poison bird that was on the water blind from the other angle. Just to the left of the dog now. This would be an easy one to run by. Looks like that's what this dog's doing.
Wow.
Well, where's she headed? Back towards the blind? Yep.
Here! Ah! Here. Here. Pull that off. Nova.
I had a field champion that did like that, snapped it up on him. Walk just like that. And it is good. And I said, they're gonna see it. You have to do is hit him with the belly. I think it's fine. If it happened, I didn't say something. Okay, so what do we got? Handle to the, where's he at here now? Sometimes the camera angle's good, really cool, but we won't have all those people standing right in front of us so we can appreciate.
So, Mr. Pat, I'm going to say that bird that she switched on, just based on where he's handling to right now, was one that was left from yesterday, I want to say.
It was totally by accident.
I think so. We're about to find out based on where this one's picked up.
Well, that's it. That bird was not, I mean, there's
There's
not a
no
gunner
way.
out there. It may be a poison planted bird.
That could be.
And, well,
I'm
everybody
very
here is
familiar with that area from yesterday, so.
well, and if that was just a bird left from the practice from the previous test. Well, if everybody's going to be thankful if that bird wasn't supposed to be there, that he found it.
That he found it, yes, sir.
Because that would have really complicated a rerun.
Here.
We're not going to throw both these in the same spot. They're going to come out quick.
Okay, well, here's our test. Okay, right there. There's number one. You want to go ahead and describe it there?
No, you go for it. I was just looking
Okay,
at
number
the yards.
one comes out of that brush on the left, short, 65 yards. Goes across that little land bridge into that little pocket of water. Number two comes out from behind that shed, 102 yards further from left to right also. So that the gunner and the mark are under the arc. Number 3, well, it comes out from the left. You pick that bird up. So when you come back, see it here. It's on your left, and we have another picture that'll show that. But let me. They throw the 2 birds on the left. You know them off it. You run the 190-yard water blind, and you see that there, and you just watch that dog do it. And then you pick up the remaining birds. I assume you're going to pick up the 2 short birds on the left, and then leave number 1 and number 2. This dog was sent for number 1, blew under the arc, got handled to number 2, and then I think got handled to number 1.
All right, any questions?
So, and if we have a couple other diagrams, now we have an open. Okay, well my mic was in my pocket there, maybe you didn't have reception. So let me go ahead and describe that again. Okay, all right, let me get back to that. My mic was, antenna was obstructed, so you didn't hear that. Okay, here we go. You come to line. Number 1 goes off. You shoot at it. You see that coming out from right to left. It comes out of that kind of brushy area. There's a little hidden zone there. Number 2 is under the gun and the bird. The bird itself and where the bird comes from is under the arc. It's 102 yards further. That comes second. Bird number 3, you see that a little bit to your left, throws a bridge bird across that channel. You retrieve number 3. When you come back, you leave that bird in their mouth. To the left, you don't see it right now, you'll see it on some of the other ones. There's 2 birds simultaneously thrown, bang, bang. You know the dog off of that. Bird still in the dog's mouth. You put the bird in the bucket, and you run the 190-yard water blind. Then you have 4 marks to pick up, 2 of which are on your left that are pretty short, and then the 2 on the right, 1 and 2. This dog retrieved both left-hand birds, left 1 and 2 as its last 2 birds retrieved, lined under the arc of number 1, looked like he was going to get number 2, and kind of broke out left, handled the number 2, and then ended up handling back to number 1. I think I pretty much described what just occurred. So lots going on here. All right, well, there's a good view. There's the jib cam. Okay, there you go. All right, there's the overhead view. This is a Google Earth. A little different. There's a little more water in this picture, and that the point on the water blind isn't obvious, but you saw that there. But that gives you a perspective. The white box in the middle is where the handler is. Remember, number 1 goes off. Number 2 is under the arc, comes out from behind that shed. Number 3 at 54 yards is thrown across that channel. You pick up number 3, you come back, you sit back down in the chair. Number 4 and 5 come out simultaneously. You know them off 4 and 5, run the 190-yard water blind, and then you've got 4 marks to pick up. So,
I thought it was for you.
right, that planted poison bird was not intentional. We kind of looked, we saw it on the camera. So that is not, the bird that dog switched and picked up on the way back is not part of the test. Thank goodness for everybody there. That could have been tricky. So, well, that's what we got there, folks. So 5 marks and a water blind, and handlers are working their way back to their prospective trucks to get their dogs ready. It is 2:01, and I am sorry to say that I am going to have to get on a plane here, and I'm not going to get to see this. And I hate to leave y'all. I hate to leave y'all here.
Sorry, guys. Unfortunately, you're left with me.
Well, Leah's going to be here, and she's going to do a great job. And you know, nobody better to describe this and watch these dogs than Leah, who's deeply entrenched in the SRS. Now, there's Matt. I think he's calling to see if he can get somebody to make sure the rain doesn't come in. He must have the big guy on speed dial there to keep the rain from coming. It looks pretty good now, though. Okay, well, it's 2 o'clock. I didn't time that, but
I didn't time it either. I think there's a lot going on up there, and you have to wonder right now what's going through everybody's minds as they walk back there to that truck. This is the crown.
Even though they're short, it's 15 minutes, 12 minutes. I don't know. I can't quite tell. I can usually gauge there's really only one swim.
Yes. Well,
Okay. Well, we're going to have the test dog handler, Rob Robinette, be my replacement here. And it looks like I'm only going to get to watch maybe one dog, darn it. Well, Leah's promised. We've exchanged numbers. She's going to keep me posted via text on what's going on.
absolutely. And Mr. Pat, I just want to take this opportunity to say, you know, it is going back and just listening to you talk, you know, the things that you say and that you pick out. I mean, I just see things from a whole new perspective, so I can't thank you enough for
Well,
the commentating that you do. And if people who don't go back and watch and listen to this, you know, this is an opportunity to learn. You know, this is the beauty of technology right here coming into play. And I sat back and got to hear the things that you picked out about me, and it's been instrumental. And
well, thank you. I mean, I'm flattered, honored, humbled, I guess, all the above, that I've been able to. You've been able to enjoy me, and I'm just indulging in what I love to do: watch dogs work and find it interesting, and see great handlers do what they do. And I just want to thank everybody for just listening and watching. And I think this is, I couldn't agree with Leah more. Not so much from my perspective, but just your ability to watch from the handler's perspective and see what dogs do. I can't wait to look at some of this footage. Every series has got things that I want to go back and look at that you can draw attention to, that we can all learn from. So that's what it's all about.
yes, sir.
Well, and this is just, it's a game and it's fun. And the atmosphere here is great. Judges are having a ball. You know, there's some people been working hard. Jeff, our kind of head coordinator, is up late at night transferring all this video stuff for, well, the opportunity for you guys to see this, see it down the road. And a huge shout out thanks to our fearless leader, Shannon Nardi, who this wouldn't be happening without her efforts. And, you know, it's just, it's a vision that she's had and she's stuck with it. So Shannon, from all of us, thank you for everything you do. Okay, well, you know, and if you don't appreciate that, there's a camper over there. They've got an entire, I don't know how big the staff of videographers are here, but it's truly amazing. There's 3 in the field right now, and
Yesterday, just to get that one view, they had them set up on top of
Yeah,
a
they were on top.
chassis-mounted truck out there.
right, they were
Just-
providing all kinds of angles, and then someone's in the camper there looking at different scenes and going to different camera angles, and trying to keep us from saying stupid things up here. And it's an unbelievable effort. It really is. And I'm kind of a geek and love the video stuff, and I've been like a kid in a candy store watching these guys work. Jib Joe over there with the big boom, and so, all right. Well, we're kind of quiet here.
Yeah, things I think, you know, this is that, where those feelings and possibly anxieties starting to set back in, you know, right before things get real. Everybody's kind of toned down and going to take it in. And Mr. Kevin's going to lead us off here with Satchmo in just a second. And we'll be interested to see how he chooses to attack this test.
Yeah, the handlers, you know, one unique thing is their ability to get up there and really ask questions and get clarity on what the judges are looking for. And I think that's a great thing. You know, sometimes it's not clear in some of these sports what the expectations are, and they make it as crystal clear as they can. I'm going to get a picture of this running order here because I'm going to get to watch one dog is what it's going to amount to, darn it. And nobody's more disappointed than me. All right.
Yep, here comes Kevin and Satchmo now.
Working their way up the dike, up the far end of the pond, kind of around. You know, you're thinking, you're like you said, what are you saying to yourself right now?
If I'm walking down that berm right now, what I'm saying to myself is, I actually, genuinely, I'm probably singing my good luck song in my head, getting myself, you know, I feel like when I step out of that holding blind, it's going to be what it's going to be, and the sport's about trust, and you got to trust your dog, and you got to trust your instinct to a degree. And you know, yesterday after I had that rerun, I had to attack things totally differently than I originally had planned on tonight. And so the ability to think on your feet, I think is so important in this game.
You know, and sometimes you learn. Well, I said I'm gonna start this with a Nelson Mandela quote.
Okay.
He said, "I never lose. I either win or I learn."
I like that.
And I think that's what, you know, you said. You learned some things there. You had some character building moments there, keeping your composure, and you know, and the trust Kane has with you is fantastic.
That didn't
Well,
come
my
easy.
replacement is working his way over here. I'm gonna actually, I think what I'll do here is I'm gonna sound off here. Our first dog, I'm gonna sit here and get to watch him, and I'll let Mr. Rob Robinette take over for me. And again, I'm Pat Burns, and it's been truly a pleasure to sit here and spend the last week with you all at home and watch these dogs. And thank you again for allowing me to be a part of the Super Retriever Series.
And I'm going to speak for a minute while Mr. Rob's getting mic'd up. Mr. Kevin Baggett's under the tent right now, and this is just how superstitious I am. We started the week out with me tying this armband on, and that's how we're going to finish it. So y'all give me just a second to get him squared away and get Mr. Rob mic'd up.
I'm not. This you kind of have to leave up here. I put it in my pocket. They couldn't hear me, so let's go. There needs to be a direct line of sight. So, but you can lay it flat. Okay. This.
You got this. Keep on rolling.
You see how Leah's got it in her ear and just clipped. This is a regular.
So you got Kevin and Satchmo stepping into the holding blind right now, and just to kind of talk a little bit about Mr. Kevin. Mr. Kevin's really blew up this year with his singing in the SRS, and I can't tell you how many events he's traveled to and how much time and effort he spent getting ready for this. I mean, I trained with Mr. Kevin a couple of times during the week, and he is gracious enough to allow me to train at his place, and I get to watch Satchmo and Pete and Otis and his whole crew, and Mr. Kevin is my teammate and one of my best friends, and I wish him all the best of luck right now. And I'm very, very thankful that I actually get to sit here and commentate for him, because he has definitely put in the work, and no doubt Mr. Kevin deserves to be in the finals right now. So Mr. Kevin, when you watch this later, best of luck.
Here, watch.
So we got Satchmo. Satchmo and Mr. Kevin Baggett. Satchmo's 4 years old. Like I said, Mr. Kevin's a Dublin native, as am I. We're neighbors. And here we go. He's got to get started.
Here.
Okay, we got our first no bird.
Here.
Not sure what's going on here.
Here.
I can tell you right now, from personal experience, when you get a no bird in a situation like this, it's important to go back and kind of gather your thoughts and remain calm. Like I said, how you're acting at the line, in my opinion, just translates out into the field, and keeping your composure is super, super important. I have learned that the hard way. Wouldn't you say so, Rob?
Yes, I think I'm live now. We had to get the mic going. Pleasure to be here with you. And yes, that no bird it can be good and bad.
I think yesterday, no birds are, like you said, good and bad, but sometimes when you got a dog that thinks a lot, that's where it can get a little crazy.
For sure. So I ran the test dog, so kind of just tell you my thoughts on the test. The marks are very doable. It's controlled chaos. It's pretty realistic hunting situation for sure, because you got a lot going on. That blind, there's some factors in the blind with some point stuff that they talked about with the decoy and on and off the point.
Did they mention that that point was in play? If you didn't hit it, was there any major penalties? Because I couldn't hear, so I'm just assuming. I mean, obviously, if you look at the line of the blind, no doubt you need to be there.
Yeah, so it's 25 points if you don't get dry and 25 points if you don't get wet after you get dry.
Okay.
So 50 point total on that point, and then there's a white snow goose decoy. This Mr. Kevin's coming back up right here.
All right, Satchmo.
A little long throw right there on that go bird. So you do have to pick this bird up first.
Okay, so that's a mandatory go bird.
Yes, and once the dog returns to the line, you load 2 more. The dog must hold. You got has to pick that bird back up and hold it.
Has to pick that up and hold it while the remaining 2 marks go off, correct?
That is correct.
What was the penalty that they give you if the dog spits it out?
I walked off after I got through running, so I don't know for sure what they come up with here.
Here. Sit.
Okay, so they've changed it up since you run test dog. Originally, those 2 marks were thrown in the same area, and now for you folks who might not have got to see that, you've got essentially a mom and pop now coming out of that holding blind.
Yeah, it was those 2 marks were almost like running to a pile. You could go grocery shopping right there if you wanted to.
Set. Heel. Set. Heel. Set.
So what I was saying, there's a white snow goose decoy. We'll probably get to see it here in a minute when the camera turns to the blind, but the dog has to get wet before that snow goose decoy, or it's a 50-point penalty.
The white one on the left, yeah?
Yep, down at the water's edge right there. Yep.
Here. Dog.
That's where their bird 3 landed, yeah?
Yeah, that's where the go bird was, right in that area right there.
So for those of you who are watching this who might not, I would wonder, Satchmo hasn't established a hunt there, but you have to always remember the rules in the rule book, and old fall penalties may or may not apply. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he got through there without hunting, but it could have very well come into play if he'd have cracked his tail and made a loop right there. Good cast.
See, I think that right there is important. You know, you in the water when you're running a blind like that, giving them a minute to turn around and get good. You know, let's look at each other and it's not essentially a sweat, but I mean it takes them a little longer. You know,
Oh,
to
yeah,
turn
for
around.
sure.
You got to make sure that you both have eye contact with each other.
And there's a lot behind the handler. You got your wonderful judges, Mr. Emerson with the marshal, and so the dog, you got to give the dog time to find you because there is a lot behind you. And you're casting into a pretty good crosswind.
Okay, so here comes that point.
Yeah, he's right on the line. If he carried that line right there, it would be questionable if it was wet on the backside.
See? Good. Good cast. Now, here's where you said they had to get back wet.
They got to get back wet right here.
Back! Back!
Okay, he gave an angle with a verbal there.
Some decoys right there.
I was about to say, that's the decoys from yesterday.
All right, so now the fun begins.
Let's go back and let's talk about this bird and mouth a little bit. So when you're training, you know, how often do you tend to practice that in training? You know, when you and Michael train together, because your team Windy Hill Retrievers, is that something that, you know, y'all practice on a lot? I mean, I know sometimes when we're throwing marks, you know, we'll practice that, you know, just on some singles, letting them come in and hold it in their mouth, but I can't say that I've ever done it with a gun.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, we do it a lot. You know, Michael always preaches to me whenever he's mentoring me is, you know, that dog holding that bird, a lot less things that can move because they're concentrating on holding it, and you can really get that dog to concentrate on where you want it to be, but I don't think we've ever done it blowing a duck call and shooting 2 marks at a mom and pop. But that's the fun part about the Super Retriever series is you never know.
So ideally, I would say that as I'm picking these up, if I'm running this test, I'm gonna want to come back. And I'm a big believer too in letting the dog kind of come back, you know, and if he's really telling me, hey, I want to go here, I tend to not fight. I'm not gonna fight because that shows me a sign of certainty, right?
That's right.
And but I feel like if I'm going to ideally in my mind go up there with a strategy, I'm going to come back and I'm going to pick up these 2 mom and pop marks first.
100%.
And then I'm going to go over here and try to attack them, you know, like how you train. Long bird last, or at least that's how I train.
That's how I would pick it up. So what if, I mean, I know obviously the week didn't go exactly like you wanted it to, but you still had an incredible year and had to take a lot of positive things out of it.
You know, I came into this already a winner, right? Kane and I have progressed, you know, in the last 2 years. I would say that was my goal. Let's learn to trust each other. You know, before I started running Kane pretty heavily, Justin did a lot of it, and you know, respect for Justin. He had a lot, and he still does, and I wanted the same level of respect for me, and I had to put the time in and the effort to earn it, and I think I finally earned it. The mishap yesterday with Kane, obviously, you know, you've seen us train some. Kane's a thinker, and sometimes that thinking.
So what's Kevin doing right here? He's looking right.
Satchmo!
Could be going with outside, middle.
Yeah, he's going with that. This would actually be the first bird that was out in the test.
Good.
Picked it up clean. Didn't have any problem with that first part of the mom and pop. Checked up on the bank right there, a little as soon as he got out of the water, but he worked it out really quick.
And he
So
could-
now what are we doing? Do we think here maybe
coming
the
back
dog
for
didn't
it.
see the other part of the mama pup and he's
might
thinking,
not, or he could be trying to do, you know, get his focus so when he comes back he's got a new line. You know how tight. I don't think it's that tight now that it's a mom and pop, but get his brain thinking fresh.
yeah, it's definitely, I can tell you they were really tight during the test dog, but this definitely opened it up a little bit. Talking him into it.
Based on how he's talking him into this right now, I'm gonna say Satchmo probably didn't see it.
If he didn't see it, he sure
He hammered
picked it up. Good mark right there.
So now we got the money bird
The money
left.
bird. There's some decoys that are right in the line there with that long bird that you can zigzag through and get off line pretty quick.
Satchmo!
Pretty good line right there.
I'd say that's gonna be. I'm trying to see which way the wind's blowing a little bit here to see.
He's outside the bird.
I don't
Now
think
here-
he'll wind it.
No,
Good call, Kevin.
that's smart there.
Good call, Kevin.
Here!
So here I'm gonna do exactly what Kevin's doing. I'm gonna bring him in and try to get him a little closer where I can hopefully gain a little bit more control.
Close the distance.
Good. He gave a silent
Word!
cast. Now he's giving verbal. Good.
He's getting warm right there.
Boom. I figured he was on it right there. It's hard to tell from
Nice.
over here.
That throw is pretty tight and back. There's a thick piece of cover out there. He's right in there.
He's hunting.
There.
Ah, there he got it. All right. Way to finish it out, Mr. Kevin. Way to finish it, Mr. Kevin. As far as what you saw while Satchmo was running, I didn't see anything that would constitute any major penalties based on what you said.
No, none that I've seen. I know they really they really preached gun safety in the handlers meeting. Mr. Tommy and Jimmy are obviously HRC and Grand guys, so you know they're licking their chops at this whole setup anyway.
You see what he did there? He brought the dog in and he went back and he counted to make sure that he picked up every one of them. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. That is smart, especially with the craziness going on in this test.
Yeah, because if you don't pick them all up and you come off the line, then that's not good.
Way to finish it. Finished it. Yeah, good job.
Well, that is Mr. Kevin's first finals at the SRS Crown, and I know that he is probably already picking out training setups in his head for tomorrow when he gets back to Dublin, and looking forward to the 2025 season.
I don't know many people that's put more miles on a vehicle this year than Mr. Kevin. I would love to know. I wonder if he knows how many miles he put on it, because he has sure put the work in with his dogs to have the opportunity to get to do what he just did.
Mr. Kevin is he's the definition of all in.
No doubt.
Anything that he does, he is going to be all in 100%.
So next up we got Dustin with, is this Ranger?
Fancy.
Fancy.
Got Dustin and Fancy, and Miss Fancy, if I'm going to call anything out about how I think this run is going to go, Fancy is extremely strong on water blinds. I feel like this is going to be a good blind for her.
Dustin's another Georgia boy. Georgia well represented here in the finals today.
So Dustin is the vice president of our local HRC club. And so we actually have our hunt test coming up this coming weekend.
Okay.
And so we've kind of been planning for that a little bit while we've been here. And Dustin's put in a lot of time and work with Fancy and Ranger, and I'm super proud that he's here. I remember when he got Fancy.
Here. No, here.
Getting her settled in.
Here. Sit.
So the test does not start until you blow your duck call.
Sit. Here. Here. Sit. Oh, yeah. Sit. Sit. Thanks.
So I can appreciate how he had her set up to watch those marks. She never moved. He's put her in body position where all she had to do was swing her head with the gun, and I think she did a great job doing that. Her body never moved, just the head swing. Beautiful line work there.
Here.
So now's where some of the, I guess you could call it mental pressure, starts to get put on the handler. You know, that's the thing about this game, is it's a team sport. You know, the dog's got to do the work, but so does the handler. So he's got to remember that dog's got to hold that bumper. That dog has got to sit, watch 2 marks, gun safe, and then run his blind.
Heel. Heel. Heel.
Okay, did they say anything?
Heel.
Like right now I'm looking at how she's holding that. All right, she just dropped it, so there we go. I would personally want a much better
Sit.
hold on that bird, like that,
Sit.
like she's perfect now.
Sit.
But holding it by the tail end.
Sit. Sit. Sit here. Sit. 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 Yeah. No. Here. Come here. Heel. Heel. Dead bird. No, no. Here. Heel. 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 No, no. Heel. Okay. Heel.
He's lining her up for the
Heel.
blind now.
Heel. Heel. Sit. Sit. Dead bird. Here. 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 Sit. Here. Ah!
Y'all have to forgive us for just a second, folks. Our TV went out, so I'm trying to peek. But as of right now, Fancy is on a, from what I can see back here, is on a great line so far. Rob, you have a little bit of height advantage on me because you're like 6'6" or something.
Yeah, Fancy's in a good spot. She's letting the wind push her just a little bit. I'm sure Dustin's going to get her bumped back over here pretty quick.
She's wanting to dig right.
Yes. How much of that do you think is from that go bird, or do you think it's this wind?
I would say the wind is definitely coming into play here.
And you know, you got that long bird that was.
I would think now if I'm running based on where she's at, I would be wanting to get. I would want my cast to be coming in this water. I want to set the tone for that picture of get out on that point. You know.
Yeah, he's a little wide right now. She's gonna have to get some left in her. You're gonna get close to some running water right here.
And see, knowing him and her, he may know that the closer she gets to the bank, if he lets her do that and then gives that walk it out cast, that she may receive that message a little bit better.
No doubt. Got to know your dog. She got wet, no problem.
See, I think he set the tone for cross that and get back in.
Not a bad blind at all.
Not a bad blind. Seen this a couple casts up front, but a good strong finish on that ball.
No doubt. I think Fancy seen all the marks pretty good, so I think it's
Only one I would call into question is probably the same situation with Satchmo. She got that last little blip at the end there, but I definitely think she saw it, maybe just the tail end, because it came out kind of quick.
Yes, it does. It comes out quick, and you know you got to be real careful on sending your dog there because there's a lake on the back side of that point. They're working on getting our monitor here back up and going.
Here we go. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Not sure what happened.
So what's next?
So for me,
What's next for you?
I'm coming back and I'm picking up. My strategy would be pick up the mom and pop, and if I heard him correctly, you have to be within there's no mat, so I'm assuming within the vicinity of the chair.
Yeah, all sends from the front of the chair.
So I'm going to try to also use that to my advantage on working that chair to try to offset to get that separate, different line. I don't want them when they come back. I mean, it's tight. It might not look tight, but from where they're going to leave, they have a decision to make.
And Dustin's already looking that way.
Heel. Sit. Sit. Sit.
Interesting.
Going outside first.
Heel. 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 Sit. 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 Sit.
So fun fact here about Fancy. Last year at 2023 SRS Crown Championship, her littermate Cash and Justin took second in the finals.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep. So they're littermates, and both are. Honestly, I see similarities in both of them in how they act. They're both great dogs, and Elaine Mitchell had that breeding, and she did a repeat breeding, and Pete, that Mr. Kevin runs, is a brother to Fancy and Cash, just from a separate litter.
Okay.
So
That's some good blood right there.
they're Mason puppies.
Ooh.
Okay, now. Now you got to make a choice. Let them work it out.
You got to worry about.
Got to worry about old fall.
Old falls too.
She worked it out.
Yep.
Nice job. That right there is that moment of knowing whether or not you can trust them.
Yeah, and Kevin's bird was just a little longer, and Fancy's bird got a piece of the water, so the fall area there is a little bit different between the two. So
I tend to want to trust Kane more to let him figure it out, and that's one thing that I try to challenge myself on getting better at is a handle in the area. Trying to get that handle in the area and knowing the appropriate time and when it's time to pull the trigger on that.
This game is that has a lot of influence on being able to do that, because it can change a mark from a 22 handling to the area just to a simple 2-point whistle if you're in the area.
Fancy's wanting to go right here. Dustin's ready with his whistle. If she goes long behind that shed, just looking at how this wind's blowing, now she's going to check up short right here.
kind of in no man's land right here.
Yeah, but if she'll look and figure it out right here, which, wow, it's kind of looking like she's going to. It's almost like she needed to get her bearings right.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of lines out there. She should be real close right there.
There's the holding blind. Let's see, big old dog decision here to get out.
Right there.
All right. Wow.
You know,
She worked it out.
It's just all going to depend on, you know.
Nice run, Dustin. Nice run.
Can't thank these judges and the whole SRS team for the amazing job they've done all week. They have had a lot of adversity to deal with weather and, you know, hunter dogs and moves, and they have done a great job of running this thing like a well-organized machine. Good run, Dustin. So next up, we got our first open.
We got our first pro, Mr. Lau Steinman.
So I believe Jordan was second place team of the year. Is that correct?
Second place team of the year, right behind Cooper.
Okay.
I've always liked watching Jordan run. She was in I picked her in my top 6 pick, and
I wonder how those fantasy picks are coming out. That was pretty cool, filling that out, and you know all the stuff that you can do to get everybody involved in it. I know there's a lot of people at home that's been texting this. What time do y'all start, man? We're ready to watch. You know, it's like they're sitting home watching Master Sundays in golf. You know, everybody's sitting in their living room.
So Jordan is a 9-year-old black female, and if I heard Mr. Law and Miss Stephanie correctly the other day, I think I was standing there when someone asked, has she ever bred before? And I think he said, no, never. I thought that was kind of interesting because she is I don't think this is Jordan's first. I mean, she's a phenomenal female.
A little feed chuckle there out of Mr. Lau.
Now, is that something that you do right there, Rob? You swap shoulders?
Yeah, so I'm actually left-handed, and when I started running dogs, it's not easy, but yes, we do swap sides. You know, just to really get the dog to follow the gun.
Well, I don't, and it's something that I probably want to learn to do. I'm very familiar with the shotgun between sporting clay sports and, you know, obviously duck hunting and stuff like that, but I think my biggest fear behind it is I'm gonna forget to put the safety back on, and then I'm gonna eat up some points or forget to do something just because it's totally out of my comfort zone.
It is.
Things like that, you know, make me nervous.
So coming in now for what'll be marks 4 and 5. Not sure if she's seen the...
Not gonna lie, I got a little nervous there when he took that bird out of her mouth. I think you could hear me go, oh. But I think what Lyle did there was probably pretty good, you know, putting it back in her mouth and, you know, I probably would have said hold.
And that's the little things, that's that mental side of a handler that you gotta, it gets going pretty fast up there. Pretty good spot.
Yeah, I will say some of this. I think in my mind I had pictured some of these dogs, the older ones, coming in there and hitting that channel and just knowing just swim. And I'm really, really, really shocked at, I think almost every dog has had to handle or have a whistle up front kind of close. I just figured the meat of that blind was not going to start until we got closer to the point. But you know, so far I think everybody's blown a whistle on that channel.
You got 3 marks that are coming out all to the right of that point that they're swimming, the first point that they're swimming by. And then you have what I would say would be, for y'all watching it at home, a left to right wind. So both of those are factors in the suction that the dog's wanting to take to the right.
Well,
I think he's got her going now. So I don't know if you did what I did, but yesterday I got the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Pat, and man, I wanted to go to the truck and get a notebook and a pen and just start writing stuff down at the knowledge. It was an awesome experience to sit up there and just listen to him talk and break these dogs down.
So I think the pieces of Mr. Pat's commentary that I appreciate the most, especially when watching myself, and I told him, you know, is the little details that he picks up about myself as a handler. And that's the kind of stuff that from last year to this year, that I tried to change about me, you know, little minor things, and I find myself doing things differently. And it's for reasons like that with him, you know, going back and listening to him.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, there's so many people that are sitting at home right now and has been watching it all week, that the knowledge that they get from him sitting here breaking down, you know, the best dogs in the country is priceless.
Mr. Lyle's just finished up the blind, coming back in. Mr. Jordan. I'd say overall that was probably a pretty good blind.
Yeah. Once he got her past that first point, she worked pretty good with him.
So Lyle's our first pro that's up to run. So I'm very curious to see, you know, how he is going to attack this test. Would you attack this test differently with Wiggles versus Nova if you were running? I mean, just from what I can see, I know Wiggles sometimes can be seems a little more high powered than Nova in certain areas.
Yeah, I would definitely have to whisper his name on most of these marks. No, I mean, I would come in and kind of see where his mind is. You know, where are you thinking? You know, I would be worried. You know, my biggest thing would be to, just like we've said with the first couple of dogs, you know, that last mark coming out of that mom and pop, you know, it's coming out quick. So, but other than that, we would run it about the same. I have to be real careful with my send with him because he likes to go long.
That's how Buzz is. And
so Lyle has elected to go with what would be the very first bird down. No problems with that one. And you think he's thinking that just to...
I wonder if he's doing that to try to get that out of the way, so when he gives that big send for the long one, that dog knows, okay.
I've already been here, let me get out of here and go pick this punch bird up. Because I think Jordan seen these birds right here. Mr. Lyle doing a little cleanup at the line.
Mr. Lyle always has on a sharp pressed shirt. no doubt. His I don't even think his handler jacket has a wrinkle in it.
He looks good up there, and the dog is looking pretty good as well right now. One to go, the money bird. Country vet. Taking his time, really talking her into it right here. Likes the line. Pretty firm scent, but she's in a good spot.
I'm honestly shocked at how close that dog is willing to run towards that shed.
Under the arc right there.
Yep.
And you would think that it would work it out from there. Yep.
And that'll do. That was solid on that.
No doubt.
On picking that one up.
Mr. Lyle thanking our great judges for the week.
Solid run, solid run.
No doubt. I'm sure he is very happy with that. So what score-wise, we haven't really talked a little bit about it, but it got a little tight after the 4 series, didn't it, coming into the finals?
I'd say so right now, just between, well, pennies if you ask me.
Yeah,
looking at how things are stacking up.
Yeah, you had Jordan coming in 6th place with a 203. Michael Dimmer and Barrett coming in with a 191. Onyx and Mr. Durance coming in with 187. Good run, Lyle. So, you know, with the handling and multiple birds, you know, you pick this up clean, this many marks, you know, you're feeling.
You have to be walking away knowing that, yeah, I mean, clearly anything can happen in this game.
No doubt.
And so, walking away in the finals with a solid run, I know me, I'm going back to the truck and hanging my hat up and going, you know, hey, we've done what we can do, and let's see how things shake out with everybody else.
Give Jordan a cookie and come see how it shakes out. Got Michael Dimmer walking to the line with Mr. Bear. Canadian dog. I happen to know a little bit about this dog.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about Bear.
Oh, I get to see him quite often. He is a K9 Fields dog. Kevin and Leanne Rydell out of Canada. I'm sure they're watching. 9-year-old Canadian Field champion. He is, the name is what is so cool to me is he runs like a grizzly bear, but inside he's like a teddy bear.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Isn't he like, I want to say if I heard Michael correctly the other day, he's the only Canadian field champion with a grand title.
With a grand, I think with the grand pass. I think he needs
pass,
one.
I'm sorry.
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure he passes the grand this spring, and he'll be the first Canadian field trial dog with a grand title. Michael and Barrett had a really good year this year, and are really on the same page, and Bear's definitely being a team player for sure.
Well, that's what this is about, right? It's a team sport, and you got to, and the amount of time and hours that you spend with these I mean, I know mine are like my kids, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure my 2 girls are listening back home, and they know all about that. They're kids, and Wiggle's a kid, and Nova's a kid. And
all right, Bear. 9 years old.
I got to watch Bear run his first finals at Stephen Durance's place, and I think it was the first time he ever sat down beside a shotgun.
Oh, wow.
And he was like a puppy. He had a blast.
Michael trying to work to make sure and talk to him, make sure he gets a good look at all these marks. I'd say so far on the first 3, he's got a definite good look at those. Just based on his body language and how Bear was sitting at the line.
You see that line there to that go bird?
Yeah.
And then coming right back and running the blind. To me, I think that's got to have something to do with those first couple whistles that we've seen on the first couple of dogs. So you come back in and load 2 and kill a few more ducks.
Heel. Set.
I'm getting ready for the mom and pop. It's a good view right there.
Yeah, that is an awesome shot and view of Handler and dog.
Here.
I think he caught the tail end of it.
He got the bounce on it.
Michael really working with him. See, now I like that right there. He took the bird out of that dog's mouth and that dog never flinched, never moved his head, and just stayed focused. And that is beautiful to me.
Yeah, we really work on it a lot when we're training, and Michael stays on me about it whenever we're...
Now look at this.
Oh yeah, he's driving.
This is that dog. I figured one would do it, or more were gonna do it.
He looks like Bear looks like he sees this picture pretty good.
And see, that is something else too that you work on a lot, especially like with keyhole blinds and stuff, making sure that dog can see the picture. Now he looks like he is gonna be a good dog here.
And he wants to stay wet.
Michael sending the first message, and I'd say message received.
Yeah, you got good cast right there. Bending, no, he's holding his line.
So here, let's see.
Were you gonna ask about letting him roll?
Yeah. In this moment, you have a decision to make when they get out right there. I can tell you right now, I'm gonna blow the whistle.
Yeah, I mean, if there was more water behind that point, then for sure. But yeah, I mean, that water there's not much water there.
So Michael, compared to other people's blinds with Bear, Michael made sure, from what I can see, to make sure that that dog clearly was in the water.
No doubt.
I think some folks, dogs are hitting that point, wanting to cut right a little bit and kind of skirting it.
Well, you're looking at it here. Well, on that picture there,
yeah. You
can see where that point gets, almost like it's mowed, and then when it comes back right there where that thicker cover is, you're flirting with, a dog takes one step to the right and you may miss the water.
Which is probably, if I'm running this, and I'm going to try to do exactly, get them on that point, sit down, and try to give that cast back out to sea a little bit.
Yes.
Just to make sure, and then go from there.
Michael's taking his bird out of his, he's going to make sure to keep a good count of them.
Now, mind you, I am no dog trainer. Poor Justin's had to train my dogs and me. Probably put some gray hairs on his head, but...
And Michael would say the same about me. It's fun though. I mean, it's
addicting.
To sit here and commentate your mentor pretty much is what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew nothing about a dog until it went from I need to get me a dog to pick me up a few ducks to standing here in Shreveport at the Crown that quick.
Oh yeah, I remember when I got Kane, Justin and Aaron and I went out to eat at Longhorns in Dublin, and I sat him down and told him what I wanted, and I said I wanted to make a name for my dog at the Crown. And this year, Justin and Aaron, and I call her Baby Buddha, but she's the good luck charm for me. Oh, Ella J got to come, and I think she's been my good luck charm all year. So
well, if anybody doesn't know who you are after the year that you've had, I don't, and they're not in this country.
Well, I think got blessed with a good dog and the right people in my life.
Speaking of new dogs, I think you got a surprise to pick up too on your way home, don't you?
Yeah. Let's see what he does here. So Michael, I'll talk about that in a second. But
oh yeah. So where's he going here?
See what he's doing here. Okay. So same thing, but.
And see, to me, that's Bear trusting him. You know, we thought that he may have got just a little piece of it, but you know, that dog trusted Michael right there when he lined him up. Okay, Daddy, I'm going to get a bird right there. Going right back to the mom and pop.
So he's making sure. Okay.
No problem there.
So yeah, the other night at dinner, you all surprised me, with Kane and Dory Pup, Mr. Kevin and Justin. I always wanted one and just wasn't in a situation where I could get one. I got a nice little surprise at dinner there with a Kane puppy, so I'm super duper excited and looking forward to trying to build the next one to compete with at this game.
So is it too early to share the name? Let's see what Bear does here. Going.
So I know that the lighting is probably looking a little dark. We're got some clouds rolling in right now, and I'm thinking I'm being told that after this dog runs, we're going to adjust some cameras. So y'all at home might have to just bear with us for a little bit after this dog. So
this camera crew, they do a great job of making sure that you can get the best picture. You know, so everybody that is at home watching and can see it just like they're sitting here. Okay, Bear's in a good spot.
Bear's on a great line right now. If he'll just get a little left. There we go. There's that shoulder drop.
There's the tail cracking. He knows it's there. Boom.
Wow. Nice. Nice. Way to go, Michael. Michael and Bear.
Good luck, Steve. So I don't know if y'all could read that his hand. He was talking about his kids.
That was his kids, yeah?
Yes, he was. He wrote "Love You, Lawson and Russell." I know those boys. Those are some mighty fine raised young men that Michael and Jeanette are doing a great job of raising. They go to school there. Excuse me. They go to school there where I live with my kids, and I've seen them. So y'all give us just a minute. Bear with us. We're making some camera adjustments.
Come here, B. Here.
You know Michael's clearly, as he's coming off the line, super excited.
Attaboy.
Just had a killer run. Way to go, man. And this is almost the part.
Oh yeah, that looks good. We are back at 1080.
Yeah.
Isn't that the number? Isn't that the best resolution you can get?
That's right.
So next up we got Mr. Durrance.
Mr. Steve Durrance and Onyx. And Onyx is no stranger to this game. He is his mom and dad are both. I mean, look at his name. I mean, SRSC, Grand Hunt Retriever champion, Master Hunter, Master National Hunter. Onyx is he's pretty sure he's in Mason, Georgia. So Mason and Georgia, if I remember, they have both won the crown.
Yeah, Stephen has definitely been here, done that. Probably has a pretty good idea of what he's going to have to do.
Onyx is owned by Mr. Todd, and I've had the privilege of talking to Mr. Todd a couple of times, and him and his family, when I've seen them at TFK for hunt tests and stuff, they're super nice, great people, and I know they're proud right now with Onyx in the finals. And Steven obviously is no stranger to this game either. Been here, and Steven's if you ever get to sit around and talk with him, he's a good teacher too.
Well, no doubt.
I've attended, Steven and Miss Kendra put on a ladies handler seminar, and so I've attended that twice back when I first got going, and they'll give you the opportunity, to bring your own dog, or you can run one of his dogs, and just sitting around watching, little things like that. It's awesome.
Every time I get the opportunity to, aggravate him, it would be a good word I use, because he's, so methodical about how he answers questions, and I always try to pick his brain however I can,
I don't know that Onyx saw that one. It's going to be close if he did. It's just the very end. Oh, we got some rain coming back in here.
If you want it to be hunt savvy, we duck hunt in the rain.
Yeah. Steven won the Nike Award this year, and got presented that award the other night at the Big Hats and Bow Ties. And
no, very, very well deserved. He is a great ambassador for this sport, no doubt. He'll help anybody. He'll take that jacket off right there and give it to somebody if they need it.
I was wondering, his dogs tend to be pretty watery, yes. So I was wondering right here if one of them was going to do it. I figured probably his was going to be one of the ones to do it, hit that channel and swim.
It's in a good spot right there.
Let's see what goes on here. Oh, whistles in the mouth, so Steven's fixing to... I think he's trying to give Onyx a chance to make a decision. He's looking for that shoulder drop. He didn't see it, so now he's going to get him over there where he needs to be.
Good cast right there. Man, hard to tell from here. Is he wide? No, is he bending back in?
I'm wondering if Steven's in my mind going to have to give him that cast, tell him it's okay to get out. Oh, I could be wrong. I see that shoulder drop in here. Oh, there it is. The safety. Onyx wanting to dig back a little bit. Got to get him in the water. Steven made sure he's going to get in the water. Nice finish.
Yeah, it took him a couple whistles, but he was going to make sure not to, get one of those water penalties. And it gets, as you can see with that dog coming back, it gets real skinny real quick right there. But yeah, we were talking earlier, so letting the dog roll, that's one of them roll the dice.
I feel like I rolled the dice in the second series when I let Kane go into that dark zone where people were, dogs were popping out left. And I'll be honest with you, I got terrible depth perception, and I've had my vision checked, but it's bit me, and cost me. And so at that point, all I could do is just kind of trust. Oh, yeah. And Kane saved me there at the end. But I had to make that decision. Do I get in a battle or just let him go? And I just let him go, and that was one of them situations where it was a blessing and it paid off.
Yeah, I've been on both sides of that dice rolling. When it works, it's awesome, but when it doesn't, it hurts.
It's a train wreck.
And that's the thing about this game is you can go back and, I know you'll do it and I'll do it too. Between now and this time next year, we'll watch our runs. 100 times. Well, I should have blew a whistle here. I could have done this here, you know. I mean, and that's just because of, you know, how dedicated and how competitive we are, you know.
Like yesterday, repeating my fourth with Kane. You know, originally my strategy is I don't stand up in primary select. I want him comfortable. The minute I stand up and I put that gun down after marks have gone, I feel like I'm fixing to get in his head, and that's not what I needed at that moment. And I decided to let him go, and he went and got the go bird and come back. And then when I had to come back for the rerun, at that point, you know, I'd been told I have to pick that bird up first.
Yep.
I was only judged on that bird, so I had to pick it up first. Well, at that point, I felt it was safer to stand up, put the gun down, because I didn't think I could get the gun down and the whistle in my mouth in case he decided to swap.
Stephen going outside here on the mom and pop first. No problem with that. So I think right here.
See, Stephen's looking.
He's kind of looking right. He also doesn't know how much of Onyx got of it.
Dustin. Laura, if you're watching, I'm trying to get a picture of him, but he won't slow down long enough for me to take one.
He worked it out easy. Going inside right here with the first mark down. And when you see that tail cracking, that's a good sign.
So I don't know if you noticed what Michael did there. He put all his birds on the outside of the bucket to make sure he could count that he had 6. Smart.
No doubt. Yeah, you do not want to walk off the line and only have 5 laying up there.
Oh.
Stephen wanted to see where Onyx was, where his head was, where he was thinking, and now he's going to get him dialed in.
Onyx is on a pretty good line here too.
Yes.
Already making that flare to the left.
He's going to be outside the bird right there.
Hasn't made it in. Okay, now he's thinking.
Good move. A little deep. Okay.
I think he's about done.
Still a little outside of it. He's got to get about 20 more yards. Deep.
Stephen's looking for that moment where he may have to do what we talked about, you know, that handle in the area.
He just wanted to work it out. That's hard to do.
Right there, trusting him. That's such a crucial part of this game, and the trust and knowing. You know, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Just that moment where you know you trust them and it paid off, and now look.
Knowing the dog. I think Mr. Stephen has stood over that dog 1 or 2 times. Got a little bit of rain. I'm sure you can see it on the TV screen. So
we got coming up.
We got Dustin and the Ranger.
So Dustin, like I said earlier, he's put in the time, and you know, Fancy and with Ranger, and I would say Ranger's more Laura's dog than Dustin's dog.
Okay. So, can you elaborate on that? Is that
Well, I'm pretty sure that if Laura, if you're listening, you know, you text me and tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure originally that Ranger was bought, you know, that's for Laura, like that's her dog.
Oh, I got one of them too.
Huh?
Nova.
You know, and I don't know if anybody knows this, you know, some about Ranger, but originally when Ranger was a puppy, you know, he got something with his hips. Like I don't think his hips are kind of. It's just impressive to me that with what he has going on with his hips, like I don't think they sit in the socket like they're supposed to. That Ranger can come out and perform. Ranger's turned out to be obviously a rock star. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here.
There ain't no doubt. I know Dustin has put in a lot of hours, and I know he is
Man, this rain coming in, you know. We got Mr. Jimmy, Mr. Tommy, and Mr. Tellis sitting up there, you know, just taking the time to come out and do this. And, you know, I see these guys in other dog sport avenues, and having them here is just, you know, I can't thank them enough for the time and great setups and tests that they put in, and, you know, having good quality tests.
I know, and every time I've seen them this week, they've had a smile on their face, and I think they're enjoying being able to sit here and judge the best dogs in the country in the Super Retriever Series, you know. And when you give somebody with the knowledge those three guys have, you know, the keys to the kingdom where,
yep,
hey, throw whatever you want to throw at them, and they have done that from day one. I think they've done an incredible job.
Also, you got Matt and Mr. Kevin sitting up there, you know, some of our marshals, and they put in a lot of time and effort and making sure that things are going on and going and clicking right. And, you know, Dustin also marshaled some events this year.
That's right.
You know, he's kind of gotten big into helping out the sport, and you know, kind of become you know, a crucial player.
Yeah, and it's good to see I'm gonna use the word young, but I know you're probably the baby, but the younger generation, I guess you can call, getting into it, and
well, that's what it's going to take, right? For the sport to stay alive. We got to get
I got
fresh
an 8-year-old
blood.
that asks me every day, well, how old do I got to be to run the SRSU? I'm like, baby, you got to get out of 3rd grade first.
All right. Got Ranger. Riverbend's only John Wayne.
And you know, I know you get the opportunity a lot to do this, and Dustin's about to get it right here with us running multiple dogs. So can you kind of, you know, I know Dustin ran Fancy, and you know, he has dissected this test now, and it's going to be interesting if we see anything right here different. You know, Fancy had a good run, but you know, Dustin's got to be nitpicking his run to see what he can do.
100%.
To be the team player
and I think it's
Ranger.
Personality, right? So you try to do the same things. Like, let's see what happens here. It's the same thing here, right? I feel like Dustin had the dog. I feel like his line style is the same, where he had the dog in a position to where the body was facing front, and there wasn't a whole lot of movement other than just the movement of the head. He has set Fancy and Ranger up, in my opinion, the same way.
Yeah, you got to, you know, that's the attention to detail and the little things. You know, it's real easy just to walk up there and square your dog up at 11 o'clock, and you know,
all right.
So
now we got Bird in mouth. Bird in mouth. Oh no. Okay, so Dustin is gonna have to come back. Got a no bird situation going on here. Now is when I feel like anxiety is gonna.
So we had a no bird come out on the mom and pop.
Yeah, I think the bird boy actually the string got tied around his finger a little bit, and when he threw it, it kind of threw. Same thing that happened the other day when I was training, you know. And I told you that whenever I throw birds, you're either gonna get height or distance, but you're not gonna get both, so you probably ought to pick.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And, you know, speaking of training, you know, that's another really cool part about these events. You know, and with me and you got to do it a lot this year. You know, we have a normal weekend event that starts on a Friday, and we'll leave home on a Wednesday, and we'll all get together and hang out and train together in that camaraderie. And, you know, yeah, we go out here, and I want to beat you, and you want to beat me, but when we get done and the last bird's picked up, me and you know, we're friends. We go out to eat. We, you know, like family, dog family.
100%.
You can't put a price on that. I mean, the friendships that are made is just unreal. I wouldn't know any of these people here today if it wasn't for a dog.
100%. You ever sit back sometimes and think, you know, look at what you're doing, and go, am I crazy just a little bit, just a hair? Because I think you have to be just a little crazy in order to do something.
I get asked that question a lot. I know she's at home watching, and I'm sure she's laughing pretty good right now. Because, you know, you get one dog, and then, you know, we might as well just get another dog, and two's not good, so let's get three, and, you know, it's addicting.
Yeah, mine started out, I had one, now I got, well, hang on, five. Got five. See, I even have to go back and count.
Oh, yeah.
I was just saying now here, you know, if Dustin's got to be, you know, back there I would be back there trying to just mentally calm down just a hair.
You know, and Dustin,
he looks pretty calm right now, but for me, that's for me. I would have to.
I don't know how many, I know he experienced, you know, unfortunate no bird yesterday in the previous series, and, you know, didn't seem to bother Ranger then. So, you know, Dustin knows his dog, and based off that action right there, Ranger looks pretty happy to be here.
Oh, absolutely.
Here's a text I just got from my wife. It says, 9 dogs later, laugh out loud. Bird one. Worked him a little bit right there.
Wind's kind of picking up a little bit.
So Dustin's go bird right here is kind of floating in the middle of the channel right here.
Oh, a little thunder.
And no worries, no problems there. So, you know, he'd already returned that mark one time. So I'm assuming that's just kind of the routine. You know, he's got to run the test the same way. So probably had already been scored on that mark and just wanted to get it out of the way. Got to give these bird boys here a lot of credit too. I mean,
Are sitting out in the rain right now.
And they have done a great job of. I know I was up there around the line when they were getting ready to set up, and it was, they were Johnny on the spot, moving tents. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that you can't see and appreciate until you're actually here of the work and effort that's put in to be able for people to be able to watch this at home.
I said Dustin has Ranger now.
On his other side.
On his other side. I don't remember seeing that with Fancy.
No, I think he done that trying to
see if he
could get a look on that second mom and pop bird so quick. He was probably thinking that no doubt he'll see the left one and see if he could.
Well, two things here. Tell me if I'm wrong. Right there, if you have them on the other side, there's pull and push that comes into play. Yes. Obviously, right then when he did that, I think what you said, he wanted to use that to kind of push, a little bit to try to get a better view. Now, for me, I'm not double-sided. Mine are all, standard.
Right.
So
our dogs are double-sided for the majority of them, but when it comes to the HRC and the hunt test side of it, the hunt savvy, we hardly ever run on anything other than the left side. Working his blind right here. Seems to be seeing the channel picture pretty good. Good cast right there.
Yeah. Well, Ranger's moving.
He is moving. Starting to bend a little bit with the wind. I'm about to see a similar cast again, trying to walk him over to that point.
See, if I'm about to be Dustin and give this, I was fixing to say I'm doing the exact same thing he did. I'm about to take my hat off and set myself up more right, and I'm probably going to give a big exaggerated cast here because that dog to me has shown me he's favoring right since he got out.
No doubt. He let him go. Probably about to get it right here before that dog gets in that running
water. If he
water.
does that, he'll have done the same thing with Fancy.
Yep. Right now.
See, that right there is where I would be a little. That's that zone I can't see good from the TV screen right here on. Is that dog technically wet or not?
Yeah, it's gonna be close right there. I went with a verbal off the point, which is kind of surprising.
Got that picked up. I think he had some casts there that he wished that he wouldn't have had to give, and that come here and stuff like that. But you bring them in, and one thing I heard Pat Burns question when I was going back and rewatching one of my runs, I heard him say, "Does she give a coming whistle?" Well, yes, I do, because in this game you can, and I ain't gonna say it hasn't necessarily become a habit, but I want to reel mine in a little bit and try to regain control to some degree. Especially if I have one, if I give a cast and they scallop or they do this. No, come here, come on back in here and let's kind of start over, and I think it kind of sets the tone a little bit,
Yeah, I think, for me, the coming whistle, when I'm running the dog, means I'm giving that dog permission to hunt.
So it's two totally different perspectives,
we will use, use the word here, similar to how Dustin did, versus doing that's one of the many mistakes that I made yesterday with Mr. Wiggles in the third series is, that last point that we had to get off, and, I just had a brain fart there for a minute and went done the come in whistle and gave him permission to put his nose down and start running on that point instead of giving a here and regaining control.
Now, I can't do that with my dog Buzz. If I say here, for whatever reason, he decides he wants to dig back. So I tend to be more do-do-do-do, you know, with the whistle come on.
And Dustin's got to take a deep breath now. And still not out of it. He's got to finish it.
He's got to finish it. And now I think we're at that point, you know, this is where things are really fixing to get interesting. I mean, right now between Ranger and Shaker, we got a 182 and a 180. And these minor little things right now are fixing, those pennies we were talking about earlier. This is what makes it fun.
Oh yeah, you're talking about just between them two, one whistle, you know, is all that's separating.
Ranger got that. Now, if I remember correctly.
So from that view right there, we're what, 20 yards from the dog right now?
Yeah, me and you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd say 20, 30 yards.
So we have definitely got front row seats here to the action. Where's he going here?
Well, see now, I kind of want to go back and see. I thought with Fancy, he elected to go with the right hand on the mom and pop and then come back. So now he's gone outside and here, and I'm just kind of want to pick his brain a little bit. Oh, okay. I wonder, this is that point about knowing your dog and wondering what he's, you know,
right.
If he chose to attack this differently. He obviously knows something that's different about the two.
Oh, he got some information off of Fancy's run, and two, you know, reading. You have to really pay attention and read your dog, you know. I'm sure he's going to pick up all the ones he knows Ranger's seen first. He's really talking him into that outside mom and pop right here. No problem. So what we got? Punch bird left?
We got the money bird left.
Good hard seeing.
See, I was wondering at what point was this going to happen, because you get you're sending a lot of messages on that line right there. You know, you're splitting hairs between water and land, and this right here is a good indicator in my mind on telling me where my dog's head's at.
That's right.
Is he thinking water? Is he thinking, you know? And to be quite honest with you, I will know that I would be mad if mine chose to
catch a piece
of that water.
So we got a pop.
I don't know that I've ever seen Ranger necessarily pop, so I'm wondering if he smelt something, heard something. I don't think the wind had changed yet a little bit, because I'm sitting here questioning, you know, could he have smelled something off that blind or something? I mean, he was kind of halfway in between.
you know, there's some decoys down there by the water in that cover, and then, you know, you got your, you know, there's a lot that's been going on that side.
So here's where that, you know, you initiate a handle, and it's your job at that point to handle to the area.
So the way that works is 20 points to the area, plus the 2 points for the wood.
Correct.
And at that, once the handle is initiated, the judges will score your mark from where the handle started. So, you know, a perfect line, straight line to the bird is a 0, and then however they've got it, their parameters broke out to the left and the right on the mark where they're judging it. So they have to, in their head, when the handle starts, if the dog took a immediate turn from there to the bird, what would the marking score be? So that gets added to the handle to the area.
Yep.
Something pop. I don't know if it was the scream. He popped about the time that child screamed. Time it would have made it go in. Something made it pop. We can't have a freaking gallery kind of pop up. Here, come here.
So up next.
Go ahead, Kelly. We're going to wait till y'all get down there. Yeah, you don't have to run.
So next up, Jason.
Jason and Shaker.
So Jason is definitely not a stranger to the finals here at the SRS. Been here before with Cash.
Cash, I'm questioning.
I don't know if Shaker. I mean,
maybe someone can help us out with some information on if this is Shaker's first crown. Okay, so this is Shaker's first crown, okay. But this is not Jason's first crown.
No.
I know he was here last year with Cash, and I can't exactly remember what place he got with Cash, but I do know that Jason made mention, you know, for him this is 2 crowns back to back, and for someone to come back like that, you know, 2 crowns back to back, I mean, clearly he's got some talent. Yeah.
I remember being at home last year.
I can tell you this much. I know when I'm going to run an event and I see those 2 dogs on the list that, okay, yeah, got my work cut out for me.
No doubt. I remember Jason and really watching Jason and Cash last year in that 3rd series here at this same beautiful piece of property. They had that double poison bird blind, and you know the handler had to stay on the mat. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think Jason may have come off the mat just a little early. And you know, when we're talking about counting pennies, I think that really ended up playing into the finals last year with Cash.
I got some clarification from Mr. John Lamar that just come in. He's saying that Shaker was at the Crown the first year in Shreveport and last year, so I do know he qualified. I just am curious if this is his first finals to compete. So for the Crown Championship.
Thank you for that information, Mr. John. Pretty dog. Oh, he's ready. Yeah, look at that.
Getting them set up. And I'm getting a lot of messages from folks who are trying to help the information coming through. So anybody who sent me a message, thank you.
Okay. So in Huntsville in 2020, Shaker and Jason finished in second place.
Okay. So definitely these dogs are no stranger to being here.
And I remember watching that 2020. I obviously didn't watch it in 2020 because I didn't even know that I was going to be blessed. I remember watching that Hunt Savvy series in 2020 in Huntsville, going back and watching, there's a lot of, Shannon's done a great job of on YouTube where you can go back and watch, the Jerry Days and the J Pauls and the Chris Aikens, the guys that were running this, probably before you were born, Leah.
I mean, I'm young. I would say I'm young in the sport, but I don't know that I'm that young, but.
So Jason is Shaker in 2020, second place in Huntsville, and then Cash and Jason last year finished third.
Yes, they did. I had a front row seat to that,
Yeah,
sitting up there bubble gunning in that boat.
Oh yeah.
And they asked, and I said, yeah, so I could have the best seat in the house. Now Carter jumping up there, I thought I was going to jump out of the boat there for a second, but then I was like, well, that wouldn't be fair.
So did Carter give you any warning?
No. But I will tell you, Ray Cato and I were sitting up there talking, and we both had said, we can see the dog better than they can, I don't know that we were expecting someone to jump up there, but I would have. Yeah.
I remember
They didn't say you
watching
couldn't.
it on TV. Just a little delay here, getting everything back set up, make sure everything's perfect. So Jason is a horseman, and he said that Shaker loves nothing more than eating apples when they feed the
Apples.
horses. So I would love to see Mr. Shaker eat an apple. That'd be pretty cool.
Something tells me after they're done with this that I think he's going to get to eat probably whatever he wants to, as many apples as he likes. So.
He also loves the horse cubes.
Oh, really?
Yes. And maybe why he's got all those muscles that we seen just a minute ago when he was up there in the line.
Yeah.
He looked pretty athletic. I may need to start feeding apples.
Might have to. I don't know that I've ever thought to see if mine would even entertain an apple, but if it'll help them get to the finals, I'll start feeding them apples. I think I tried to see if mine would eat a pickle or something like that, something that it might make a funny face.
Oh yeah, limes and lemons. That is. Have you ever done that with one of your dogs?
No.
Give them a lime or lemon?
No, I have not.
Oh yes, you definitely need to do it. I want to see Kane lick a lime or a lemon.
All right, here we go. We're coming up with Mr. Jason and Shaker for round 2 for their rerun. And
Shaker doesn't seem to be too bothered about coming back.
Honey is
He's
dancing
ready.
for $1. I like that.
That's a pretty cool name.
So you had asked earlier what I'm gonna name my cane puppy, and I got a good luck song that I listened to. Bird 1. Oh yeah, you can
gotta
see
go
that
and look
bird
at that
good now. That puppy that I'm gonna get on one of my good luck songs called Betty by Young Gravy, and I'm gonna name it. There's a lyric in that song called All the Mamas Love Me, and so his kennel name's gonna be All the Mamas Love Me, called name Gravy.
Gravy.
Oh, he just got the tail end of that. See, now that right there would make me nervous.
Yes.
They're dropping it and saying fetch. I would do it, but I ain't gonna say it wouldn't make me make me a little nervous to say that.
Shaker ran a really good blind in the third series. Let's see if that carries over here.
I'm pretty sure Shaker's a female, if I'm not mistaken.
You got to be careful right there with that decoy. You got it. It's the first dog that we've seen up on the bank right there, huh? First dog we've seen.
I haven't. Yeah, that I don't. The rest of them in my mind that I remember have chosen to take the water.
Shaker's rolling on pretty good. That's an awesome look for people at home right there with that camera angle.
Yeah.
Good cast.
So Shaker's coming in here, like I said, just 2 points ahead of Ranger and Dustin. So this is some pennies. I know I keep saying pennies, but man,
it is.
Those add up to be dollars.
No doubt. And you know Jason was paying attention.
Oh, I'm sure he was diagnosing every bit of Ranger's run, and I would be too.
Oh, no doubt.
I would, but the minute I step out of that holding blind, I leave it all back there. It's the moment at that point. All right, gotta get dry.
Gotta get a cast here. I like that whistle.
Okay, good. Good deal. I'd say that's a good blind.
Yeah, so you were talking about leaving it all in the holding blind, you know, and people that are not real familiar with the dog game, you know, they're like, I try to, when you get to try and explain it to them, I'm like, you know, it's like you're in the locker room on a Friday night, you know.
Oh, yeah.
On football, like you get those butterflies, but as soon as you come out of the holding blind for me, once I get to the line and call for the bird, they're all gone, you know. And as long as I get those feelings, I'm gonna keep playing.
Yeah, I think the minute you don't have butterflies about something that you're doing, or at least for me, I would question, do I want to?
No doubt.
Do I want to do this anymore? But I can assure you, the butterflies are still there, even while I'm talking to you right now. You know, watching my friends do this, and you know, the people in the sport are much more of a family than I think.
Oh no,
than
yes.
some tend to realize, you know.
Oh, we can sit here and name a lot of fellow competitors that are sitting at home right now. You know, even though things didn't go their way, I guarantee you they're sitting here watching it.
Oh, for sure. And you were talking about how you describe this sport to somebody, you know, like this is the best way I know how to describe it. Turn it on YouTube.
Turn it on and watch.
And just give it just look, you know.
So you can tell Jason's sitting there really.
I'm very curious to see where Jason's gonna go next.
Yes.
So we've seen Dustin run two dogs and run, in my mind, with two different styles.
Yes.
And two different strategies, because he knows his dogs. I'm going to say, based on where Jason's looking right now, he's coming over here for the bird that's closest to us.
Yep. I'm getting an easy cue. I think I may have got wet on that entry.
No doubt that I'm a little biased, and I tend to go for I don't own female dogs. I only own male dogs, and black is my go-to color. But no doubt, Shaker is a good-looking yellow female.
No doubt. So we're going easy to the right now?
See, he's stepping up on her, making sure that
I think he won.
I think he was trying to
get a little piece of that water, maybe?
Clip that water a little bit, yeah.
A little short.
See that bird boy good? That one, he's smiling.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
Yeah.
Should work it out right there.
Okay, I see now why Jason was probably trying to clip that water. I feel like his bird might have been a little further than what I've seen some of the other ones, maybe.
Look at that view right there. All right, we got our money bird. So now, with that line that he took.
Which line?
On this right easy bird over here. With that, he tried to get that pull.
Are you wondering if it put up a wall?
I don't know, we're about to see. Hard seeing.
Yep. Well, if there was a wall there,
it just got run up.
It just got busted down.
Good spot right there. Should see the tail crack here in just a minute.
Right there.
Yep.
Trying to see. Hard to see them yellow dogs.
They are hard. They are hard to see.
All right, Jason's clapping. He knows that he's had a pretty solid run there.
Yeah, let's see. What did he come in third place? Mr. Paul.
Third. I'd say Paul and John both turning the heat up this week.
No doubt.
Mr. Paul yesterday was 4 in that 4 series.
I was here to see it, and it was
beautiful.
Short of impressive. Good luck, Leo.
All right, so up next we got a pro, Mr. Clark Kennington, with Toombs, and Mr. Toombs is owned by a friend of mine.
She's hard to see.
A good run.
I'm like, is that her?
Oh yeah, I told Leo.
Running around in the weeds back there, I'm like, she gone.
Nice job.
I don't know how you handled that. If I got a handle, I'm like, I can't.
So you got Toombs and Clark coming up, and Toombs is owned by Mr. Kelly Coursey, who actually is a friend of mine, and from Georgia, another Georgia boy.
Okay.
And he's here.
Yep.
He's here. Him and his family have been here the whole week supporting Clark and Toombs. And I remember when Kelly got Toombs. And Kelly is very involved with Coastal Empire HRC, and has just been a good steward and advocate for HRC, always willing to help. I don't know that I've met somebody who's more willing to help than him. And you know, anytime you talk to him, you say, "Hey, how are you?" His answer is always blessed.
Man, so I met Kelly. I can't remember where it was, and then I think I almost thought he may have thought I was being rude because I walked by him, I don't know, 10 times this week before I realized, you know, he's cut his beard off.
Oh yeah.
So he come in with a undercover, I guess, and he was messing with me actually yesterday. He was standing beside me and he said, "Man, I miss my beard."
So Toombs got his win this year, which gave him his SRSC title.
Okay.
And Kelly, if I remember correctly, run him in an SRS, and so after this, I suspect that Kelly and Toombs will be big in the amateur next year, if I'm willing to bet.
So where was Toombs' win at? Can we find that out?
Yeah, maybe
I
someone.
think I was there, but I want to make sure.
If someone wouldn't mind doing a little research and reminding us where Mr. Toombs got his win this year, I'd greatly appreciate it.
I think he was.
I want to say it was Ohio, maybe. Maybe not.
I thought it may have been in Texas. I don't know why Texas keeps coming to. I mean, I was there in Texas, and for some reason I want to say Clark won that event there in Texas with Mr. Rohde's place.
And it could have been.
And I wonder if that was Toombs' win.
Such a good looking dog. I don't think he saw.
I think they're going to call a no bird for the Bird Boys.
Alright, well, step back, go to the holding blind, gather your thoughts, and come back. And I think here is when, you know, Clark, all week long, I've noticed he's had earbuds in his ear in the holding blind. And, you know, I'm curious now if he's going to put them back in and regather his thoughts. And
you know, everybody has a routine, you know.
Oh, 100%.
And, you know, and no doubt that's been Clark's routine all week, you know. And, you know, the thing, that dog knows that routine too, you know. So in this no bird, in this situation, he has to go all the way back through his routine. So Toombs thinks, you know, hey, you just didn't want me to pick those birds up yet.
yeah.
We got a rebird going. So we actually have a rebird going on right this second.
Okay. I think while we're doing this rebird, I think they're going to check some stats for us. Kind of cool how they can go quickly pull up that and feed us some information. That's yeah. I mean, all right, here we go.
Here we go.
Round 2. I'll take it.
Okay, so we just got some stats on Toombs, and Toombs has had a first, a second, and a third, I believe. So
Yeah.
a really good year for Clark and Toombs, and you know Clark wants to keep that momentum going right here and finish strong.
His win was in Missouri.
Habitat Flat.
In Missouri.
Yeah, in Missouri.
So fun fact a little bit about Toombs. You know, Toombs' parents are no stranger to the game. Mom is Bailey, who's here this qualified running with Mr. Casey Parker.
Great guy. Casey.
Absolutely. And Stroker is the daddy. And you know, Stroker passed away this year, unfortunately, but Stroker won the 2021 Crown Championship.
Okay. Toombs is getting settled here.
See, I like that. That's
Yeah.
that thing again. Take the bird out of their mouth
Establishing control.
and never ever looked away. Just kept staying focused.
It's a good line. feel that wind picking up a little bit again. Dog gets by the first point.
This is the first one I've seen want to go left. I don't think the wind has changed, from what I can tell. It's usually been down the middle or hugging right, but that one got past and wanted to go left.
Took that cast and holding a good line right here.
I think I heard Clark say, you know, if Toombs can put things together like he has been doing, this dog has, you know, a good potential to win. And I think we both know that Clark can obviously see a winner when he knows one, and Toombs is.
He's been able to hold that big blue ribbon at the end of the day before, so he knows what it's. Look at there.
All right, so there's exactly what I was looking and wondering was someone going to do, and Toombs is the one who's done it. Do you let him roll? And that was a fantastic decision by that dog. That dog saw the picture, knew what he needed to do, and kept on rolling. Beautiful. 4 feet dry and all.
So it would be real interesting to know, and maybe we'll get an opportunity to ask Clark. Do you think that early whistle that he probably was not expecting to blow had any decision making on that, or do you think that he just really thought Toombs was seeing the picture?
If I'm looking at this, I'm thinking Toombs was thinking, be good, you know, get the swim to sea. And I think that maybe that was an indicator for Clark on that point, that he knew that he wanted water. You know, and maybe that's what
helped make the decision to let him roll. It's a good point.
There are two things that I've seen here. The meat of this blind has been in the front in that channel or at the point. That dancing around, you know, am I gonna get dry and then wet, dry and then wet? Now I'm telling you, if I get my dog out and he sits on the point, and I think I did this yesterday, and yesterday's blind, I probably cost myself some whistles, but I wanted to make sure. I wanted that cast. I wanted that silent off the point, walk it out, you know, and that might be what I would give here, because I feel like my dog's going to want to hook and come back to land, so I need to give that big, exaggerated left cast off that point.
And you know, you're swimming by 2 points.
Exactly.
Looks like Clark's going outside first.
Man, what a view. Okay, so every pro that has run has gone for this bird and then come over here to pick up the second bird thrown or third, the one right here.
Actually, if they go there, that'd actually be the first bird.
Oh, the first bird, okay. Every pro that's run has done that. Now I'm sitting here going, what do they know that I don't?
And you know, you got to be thinking is Paul and John, you know, and that's one of the cool things about it. You know, obviously, Pat Burns sitting up here gives way more information than I can.
Oh yeah.
But you know, sitting back here and studying to see if they can find something that, you know, hey, they're doing that for a reason, and do they go there and try to do it that way, or do they already have a plan coming in here? You can learn a lot if you pay attention and watch all these dogs run.
Oh, 100%. All right, so I don't know if you noticed, Toombs checked that little speaker right there next to that bush. He didn't stop, but he was just like, hey, I'm like, no, what's that? Cool, I'm gonna keep on going. Yeah.
He was saying, hey.
All right. See, I like that a little bit. here we just had this discussion. You know, there's going to be the dogs that are going to hit water, and Toombs knows. He's obviously watery. He knows he needs to hit water now. Gosh, I think he might stop this thing.
He's making a good move right there.
Making a good decision.
Bending in. He's getting real close. A little deep.
Clark's ready. You can't see it on the screen, but he's ready just in case. He'll come in a little bit, Toombs.
Good move there.
Here we go. He's got to be getting close.
I think he may be a little deep.
Oh, he's a little deep, yeah. Now is that point where I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah, I'm nervous at this point here.
He's just on the other side of that hill. I hear some thunder off in the distance.
Toombs was in a really good
He
spot
had
there.
to have missed that bird by just a few feet.
Yep, he just kind of set up his hunt just a little deep. And, you know, that's good bird placement.
And it's not like they can necessarily pick out that holding blind,
No,
because that holding blind's tucked by that shed.
no doubt.
Strong run, strong run.
And that blind, you know. You got Mr. Paul walking by. Good luck.
Mr. Paul's wife's birthday was this week, and I think he told me earlier when we were talking that when he gets back home that he wasn't there for her birthday, so he's going to make sure that they go out and they celebrate. And I told him, I said, we all going to have a heck of a celebration, because I know I would, birthdays and this.
So next up we got Mr. Leo and Tex.
So Tex, if I remember correctly, last year ran in the 2023 SRS Crown Championship with Stuart Williams, and I believe got third or fourth. Yeah, made it to the finals. I can't exactly remember if it was third or fourth, but this dog's no stranger to being here either, and neither is Leo.
Tex has had a really good week. Hit the first series field trial hard and has stayed really consistent.
And that's the key in this game, consistency. I think if you come out and you want to hammer a series, but I think the dogs that can come out and just be, just plug along and stay consistent, those are the ones that I tend to worry about.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know Leo told me earlier when I was asking him a couple questions about Tex that I think Tex is fixing to have a lot of duck hunting coming up in his future. After this, I think he's headed to pick up some real birds after this.
He's got to get him a good little warm up right here.
Little splash on that bird. Man, that bird's really shining right now, which is awesome. That one went a little long.
He took him a little peek right there, that first bird out, so Leo's got to definitely feel good about him going to pick that mark up for sure.
So here comes the two crazy marks. I was curious if he noticed he had done that. But way to think on his feet. Reach back, grab for the bucket. I don't know how that will necessarily be judged because I think it had to be in his mouth for the marks to go off. I wasn't in the handlers meeting, so I don't know. So nobody quote me on that, but he realized that he had took it, and I could see myself making that very mistake right there because you get in a routine and a rhythm, and they come in, but now it's that point. He's got to shake it off and run the dog.
You got to get over that, and you got to, still can put up a really good run. I'm not really sure what, obviously I'm sure there's going to be some penalty to it. I don't know what it is. I didn't hear, I didn't stay for the whole handlers meeting, so I didn't hear all the, anytime there's a point penalty that's more than 10 points.
Is it 10 or is it
10
20?
or is it 20? It has to be announced in the handlers meeting. So, there's a lot of different things that they can do. But, like you said, Leo's just got to shake that off and have a good run. And that's that mental pressure.
And honestly, right now, I think he's doing a good job of standing up there and processing and figuring out, what's the next step. And that, to me, is what separates a lot of people in this game. When you can think on your feet, because, they're a dog. At the end of the day, they're thinking.
So he's in a really good spot right here now. Is he going to let Tex roll? Yep, he lets him roll.
And see, up front, I would have totally not thought he would have done that. And I don't know this dog, and obviously he does. But when that dog picked up that first mark and decided to cheat that piece of water, that would have told me he wasn't thinking about water. And for myself and my dog, I would have been sitting on a safety whistle there.
Wanting to dig a little bit. You got to finish the blind. Alright, so now you got to come in here.
Alright, so now he's got to come back, and I don't think, if the dog saw one of these marks. See, now I'd be interested. Now it'd be, what's he come back and get?
Right.
The ones he knows he saw, and worry about these two later?
Obviously.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, there was a lot going on at that point when those marks went out, because the way the test, when you blow the duck call, the ducks are coming,
100%.
And so it's going to be interesting to see, does he go pick this up, and then, that's when those hours of training come in. And building that trust with your dog to good right there. And the dog holding a good line. So it's going to be interesting to see where he goes.
If I'm just based on where he's standing and the way his body is right now, I'm going to say he's going to go for the birds on the right. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
If the dog saw them, I think he only saw the bird that would be on mine and your right-hand side. Past the speaker. Now he's got his body turned.
Now he's kind of
looking that way. Okay, he might be going for it over here.
And he may
feel like he's hot.
When Tex comes in, he may, where's your mark?
So
kind of see where Tex is.
This is that part where when you have a dog that doesn't see a mark, you better have your selling pants on, and you better be a good salesman.
We're about to see it right here.
Okay. Oh yeah, got that one, no problem.
So you said all the other pros have been going right second right here. Is he gonna try to clean this mom and pop up, or is he gonna go? Looks like he's gonna go right.
I think he's gonna try to clean the mom and pop up. Got his body's turned a little to the right there. Made sure to get him on the right side of the wind.
Yep, and that's that working that line. So here we go.
Now these are the marks he saw. So another thing too, Rob, that I've kind of noticed is some handlers are opting to sit down when the dog is coming, you know, but when it's time to quack quack and then boom boom. And then some are standing up, and I feel like if I didn't sit myself in the chair, that I would have had I would probably do that. I'd probably take the bird out of there just out of routine and
Yeah, no doubt.
I think I would want to use that chair and sitting in it as a way for me to, as a reminder, hey, this isn't normal. What I'm about to do is not something we normally do, but
Yeah, because, you know, you stand up and not sit down in that chair, you know. I mean, how many times do you train standing up?
exactly.
You know, so that dog's gonna be like, okay, something's not quite right. He's in a good spot right here. Already got a little tail crack. Oh, yeah.
I think
Get
he's
outside
short.
of it, or is he short?
He's short. He's pushing on back though. Right there. Nope. It's hard to mark that thing on TV screen, huh?
He's a little wide. This is the second dog that we've seen that's wanted to hunt kind of deep.
Deep. Oh,
You know, and this is where Blind was good. A little hiccup there at the end.
Yeah.
You know, no problem with these two marks here. Not much problem with the go birds. So right now, this is where the handler stress to me kicks in.
oh, I think he just popped. Man, that grass, when it swallows the ATV, it'll swallow it. I mean,
Should be right in there.
you know, you'll get them and they'll get down, and
Yeah.
and sometimes if it ain't sitting just pretty up on that grass, I mean, that's where you hope their sniffer's working that day.
And, you know, Leo's probably going to be a little disappointed with the run and the stuff that happens, but, you know.
Way to shake it off. Way to
no
shake it
doubt.
off
I mean, he held
and
his composure.
yeah,
and-
exactly, and carry on.
and ran really good, you know, put all the marks in the bucket. And, you know, making it here is just to be in the finals
Absolutely.
is a huge accomplishment. Well, we have 100 dogs.
100 total, yeah.
Yeah.
45 in the AM, and then the rest were pros.
We're down to 12.
$95.
95.
So we're close. We were close.
It's all right. You think
It's still a good run. Way to carry on. That's what we said. I was like, I could see myself doing that. So up next we got Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul Haggard off, holding tight in the holding blind back there, waiting on things to get settled. Mr. Paul's from Minnesota, and I met Mr. Paul in Wisconsin last year running, and I kind of got to hang out with him and kind of get to know his dog Cash a little bit. And I'll tell you, after the first series, I looked over at Justin. I said, I don't know who that is, but he's got me worried.
Yeah, so I got another great guy I got to meet because of this sport and because of, you know, having the opportunity to be here, you know. Hung out with him all week, and he's an awesome guy. Yeah, I heard Pat yesterday giving him a little trouble about being a Vikings fan, but, you know, we got to watch that 4, and man.
It's beautiful. You know, we've seen really exceptional dog. Like, look at I think it was Lobo in the first series, throw up a 3.
3.
And that dog had just come back from running the Grand.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Nick, handler there, another great up and coming, I guess, amateur, and the amateur field's pretty strong.
I would say so, yeah. We got 2 amateurs sitting up here right now commentating.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say people talk about running pro and am, and I tell them all the time, I think they're both equally as hard in their own way.
No doubt.
Mr.
So I think Mr. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying, I think Mr. Paul, last week or maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, him and Cash were actually in Saskatchewan ducking.
Hunting.
Yeah.
He said that was his training.
Yeah, he said that was his pre-crown training. So I don't think Cash is going to be too concerned with all those goose decoys when he comes out here. Here comes Paul to the line.
Man, look at that name.
That's a lot of letters.
That is a lot of letters. This dog is 6-year-old male.
So I guess the let's see, the UH is Upland Hunter.
Yep, saw QA2 Master Hunter. I was in Wisconsin when Mr. Paul won this year with Cash to earn his SRS AC title, and I tell you, it was beautiful to watch. Oh, come on, Cash, look over.
Ooh.
All right, Cash did not see bird 2. Mr. Paul's gonna have a little bit of work cut out for him there.
No problem there with that bird. And I was watching the line instead of our monitor here. So did Mr. Paul catch that Cash? Didn't you see that second bird, or?
I wasn't really looking at Mr. Paul. I was more looking at Cash to see what Cash was doing. But I just got a text that said the people at home can only see Leo's run right now, and they're not seeing Mr. Paul's run.
Good job right there.
Yeah,
Paul making sure Cash got his head back in there.
Okay, so I'm gonna dissect this a little bit. I've seen 2 different things. I've seen people stand up and go over there and get ready for the blind with the bird in their mouth. And I've seen handlers elect to take the bird out of their mouth and then get set up for the blind. I can't honestly say what I would do there because I don't know. That's just...
So he went, obviously Cash must be 2-sided. He elected to run that blind there off of his right side.
Okay, Cash kind of popped there a little bit, or something caught his attention. Maybe that goose decoy or something.
And right here is kind of that little, when you're at the line right here, is that little bit of quiet time where you're processing, you're going ahead as a handler and getting ready for your next move.
Mr. Paul's standing up there pretty calm.
Wind's starting to pick up again. Paul let Cash roll right there.
I know, he did.
There's that decoy.
And see, yesterday when I was running through there, you couldn't even hardly see them suckers. I'd still say that's a pretty solid blind there.
Yeah.
I mean, I would take it. Not sure where Cash is going. Mr. Paul's truck was parked there yesterday. Maybe. Oh, he just wanted to take the scenic route a little bit, so. Or he could have smelled that pizza.
He was going over there to say hi to the TV, to the production man. All right, so here we go. So where do we go?
Mr. Paul's gonna go to the far left.
No problem. Looks like he's gonna go right back and clean the mom and pop up.
And you know, initially when I was looking at this in my mind, I'm thinking that's what I'm gonna do. But now I've watched other people, and you know, that's the advantages and the luck of when you draw, what goes on. And yeah, Cash looks happy.
Yeah.
All right, 2 to go. Two to go.
So you've seen Cash run obviously more than I have. So is it normal for him to kind of, is this his marking pace?
All right, see right here, I'm getting nervous. I think Mr. Paul's just going to wait until Cash gets in a better position to try to handle, or at least I would be thinking that.
And that was why I was asking the question. You know, when Cash left on that mark, he kind of had his nose down and was kind of...
When I've seen him run, that's not typically how I see him run. I would say he's more of a hard charger.
Okay.
I would really like to see how this next bird is going to go, because this is the long bird. And I know Mr. Paul doesn't, trains a lot for field trials as well too. So
I'm gonna put him on his right. I think
he sent him on back.
Yeah, and
maybe he knows that his body language is saying something different, that he's unsure. Maybe knows that he'll at least go back. My gosh, if he goes back and stomps this thing.
it's a good. He's in a really good line right here. I should be getting close to the area right now.
So that's dog number 3 or 4 that's gone long. I'm just wondering if lighting, wind, what view has changed.
Yeah, see, I don't know in this particular situation, and we're just all assuming, obviously, because we don't know how Paul sends. But I know if I was up there and that was the situation, I sent on back, then I'm telling my dog that we're running a blind. So and that dog did a really good job of holding its line, and I think it just went under the arc and didn't get a piece of it. And I think Paul was just trying to put that dog in the best spot to maybe catch a piece of that bird to break down and hunt, and coming back and
his tail cracked a little bit, like he might. Oh, now he's going the other way.
And you hate to see this right here for Paul with the week that he's had. And just it seemed to me like there was just a little bit of confusion on the initial mark down, and now he's just got to buckle up and he's got to finish it.
And now it's starting to rain, and we got a good rain too. You can see the whole gallery trying to huddle up on it. What is that, 1 or 2 tents?
Yeah, thanks to
Eukanuba,
we're staying dry. And regardless of what happens with, Paul's got to be tickled.
Look, he's smiling. He's smiling. Yeah. He's happy. I mean, from where he was last year, and we had this conversation. Last year we came and Mr. Paul, he said, from going out, I think he was in the 3rd series, and then now making it to the finals. I mean, you have to know walking away that whatever you went home and studied, you learned and you made appropriate and correct decisions, and it paid off.
Oh, no doubt. So this is our low am.
It's our low am coming up, Mr. John Robertson and Kate. Let me tell you about Kate. Kate's good. I've seen it a lot, and
you told me, me and you were talking leading up to the crown, and
I was curious when you sent him on back. Were you sure if he saw it or not?
I didn't think he saw it.
Okay.
I saw his head looking this way.
Okay. But yeah, Kate.
I remember me and you talking leading up to it, and I remember, I don't know how many times that dog's name
Come out my mouth.
but it was a lot. And seeing it live and in color, it has been nothing but impressive all week.
Yeah.
Had a little stumble yesterday, but you know, thought the handler, I thought John did a really good job of, you know, stepping in and doing what he needed to do to be able to put himself in this situation. Because just as easy as him stepping in and doing what he did, he could have not stepped in, and that's when the numbers.
You know, a lot of people are asking me about my pick'em this year, and she was in my pick'ems, and a lot of folks said that they didn't really know her, and I would suspect that after this, a lot of people are going to know who that dog is.
So is this our youngest AM dog, or Satchmo's 4 too, right?
Satchmo's 4
Okay.
years old, yep. But John's dad is here,
Yep.
and a cool thing, you know, that talking to them and getting to know them a little bit, you know, they don't have bird boys, and they don't, where they train at, they're not allowed to ride four-wheelers, if I remember correctly, and so his dad walks out there and does everything, you know, by hand, and it's impressive.
Well, based on that first series score, he's walked at least 370 yards a couple of times. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think that dog front-footed that long-retired bird, the first.
See, I find this very interesting, how people choose to shuck that shotgun.
It's communication with the dog.
Yep, and everyone
So
does
how do you
it.
do it?
Me, I'm going to shoot, and I'm going to shoot probably quick, you know, because we're already here and our eyes are focused here. I feel like if I shuck back and then turn and then do this, I feel that draws attention away. Some folks think, you know, that it's going to help. That's just not the way I choose to do it, but everybody has their style.
Right, no doubt. I mean, you can use that shotgun as to communicate with your dog, just as simple as heeling here. Look at that view. Seen that one? Oh,
So got the tail end of it.
Piece of that other one.
He stayed locked in on it too.
Right.
So he used that gun just then
As a tool.
as a tool. Yep. I would suspect after watching her third series blind that this could get good.
Y'all bear with us. We just lost our monitor here for just a second.
I'm gonna step up a little bit
Just easing up to the line.
just to see. All right, so Kate's going a little left. Which again indicates to me that if she's going left, she's thinking she needs to go to C, right around that point.
So we're going to see if that plays into the rolling over the point.
Yep. See, I feel like that shoulder just dropped left a hair.
I think he's going to get one angle cast right here just to make sure. You know, he come in here with a lead, so you can't get two. I don't know if he got what he wanted. Making a little move.
See, if I'm casting here, I want to get what I want established in the water.
Yeah.
I want to get it well before I get to that point.
I think she's in a good spot right here. If she holds that line, I don't think you're going to see a whistle. Oop.
Oh. But definitely got wet
Hey,
again.
And if he is a second late on that whistle right there, it would have been hard to get that dog in the water. A good blind.
That's a very good blind.
You know, and one of these tests like this, you know, you run into the blind, you're like, oh man, that was a great blind, but it's just getting started.
No, right now, if I'm coming back from running this blind, strategy, my
Yeah,
strategy.
you got plenty of time while the dog swims back.
What is that I think the saying is from Mike Tyson, you go up there with a plan till you get that first punch in the face.
That's
or something like that. And, you got to be able to think on your feet. And we lost our monitor, but our hardworking crew here is coming out to take care of us right now.
That happens again. Hit that button, it should turn back.
Okay. Yes, sir. I know at home you guys watching it, I'm looking at it on the monitor, it looks all bright and shiny and stuff, but there's dark clouds around us right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to get it done. We got one dog left. Going outside right here on the mom and pop. First dog that we've seen in that spot, but
Yep.
the dog definitely knew there was something there. And I think a lot of that is, I don't know if you can. There's that little channel right there, and that dog had to make a decision. Am I supposed to get back in this water right here,
Yep.
or going outside?
Put her on the right, make sure she at least was on the right side of the wind. You're sitting up there and you're saying easy, or I'm saying easy,
Oh yeah, you're really talking right here. Easy, easy.
Oh, she's gonna cut in there, it looks like, yep. Got it.
So the money bird, and he come in here with what, a 60, 68, something like that point lead.
Not on Mr. Paul.
Let's see, what's that, 20 something.
All right, Kate's on a pretty good line right now. Let's see if she'll hold it.
Hammered it.
Oh, man. I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm laughing because John and Kate are such a phenomenal team. And, I ran against him in Michigan and only beat him by 2 points. And I was encouraging him to come to the Crown, and he was on the fence talking about it, and I'm so glad that he came because, man,
I think you may be looking at it. New amateur champion.
You might be. That was a solid run. And I'm telling you, that him and his dad have most certainly put in the work. And that's the reason you've heard me say that dog's name a lot, because that dog is talented.
That dog's come here and come out the gate running.
Hang on, let me make sure you line that line. Like that line, buddy.
Hey, remember in Michigan, I was like, come to the Crown, come to the Crown.
I'm glad I did. Glad you talked me
I'm glad I did too, man. That's awesome.
So this is
Rig
Carter.
and Carter.
So there's one thing for sure, we are definitely gonna get a show, because Carter probably is one of the most animated handlers in the game, wouldn't you say?
I would. Not only that, this is a 3-year-old chocolate dog
Yeah.
that he's running that has dominated all week. I mean, just look at these scores. I mean, a 6 in the first, a 19 in the second, 28. I mean, the dog's overall so far out of 4 series is less than 100. And this dog may be new to this right here, coming into the finals at the Crown, but Carter's not.
No, no doubt.
So he's taking his time. I find it interesting that a lot of people have kind of sat catty-cornered in that chair like that most of the day. Or is mine the only one that's really kind of seen that? I feel like dogs pointed one way and their bodies pointed. And it could just be from the view.
Yeah, and kind of, it's more at like a 2:30, 3 o'clock, those marks are. No problem with the first one.
Here we go, bird in mouth. Boom.
Seen that one? Nope.
Did not see this other one.
He may have caught the bounce.
I don't think he did. But something tells me there's a plan in play in case that very thing happened. Here he goes with that secondary whistle. I asked him the other day, did he have a third one shoved in his other pocket? Okay, so I find that interesting that he chose to go ahead and blow a whistle there.
You think probably, getting control. Pretty good spot right there. What, 2 whistles to get there?
Yes. And Riggs has come in with a pretty, no doubt a strong lead, coming into this final series here.
Almost 80 points. But there's a lot of points out there that can be. Right here.
See, if it's me, I'm already blowing the whistle.
Yeah, because you starting to deal with some running water here in just a second. Or is he going to let him get out? No. Good whistle. Gave the verbal to stay in the water.
4 feet dry. Got it. And he got wet. Good.
There's that decoy.
Man, look at that quick sit on that whistle. That dog is putting the brakes on and planting that behind quick.
So right there, looked like Riggs was wanting to go check out that first bird now.
Yep. Sometimes that's some of that young dog stuff probably coming into play, you know. I mean, this dog's competing at 3 years old at what I would classify a 7-year-old dog's
No
game.
doubt. I don't know what the exact stat is, but
I mean, look at Ron and Rip. Didn't Rip win this when he was 3, I think?
yeah. Well, I wonder what is the youngest open dog to ever win. And this is the bird we don't know that he's seen her.
Correct.
Did he catch
He's
him
on the
now?
right
So-
side of the wind.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so there you go. We got Rip and Boomer, 3 years old. Both have the youngest dogs so far to have won the crown. And if Rig may end up joining that class of dogs.
So right here, this is probably some of that come in whistle where Carter was bringing him back. And now the dog's, do I go there? Do I don't? I imagine Carter's probably going to handle him here pretty quick. No, he found it. So if Riggs does hold on to win this, he would be the first chocolate
dog to win in the Open.
Yeah.
At 3 years old.
3 years old. And 1 bird to go.
Good hard send by Carter. Riggs is thinking right, but fading left. I don't know that I'd necessarily be upset with that.
Yeah,
I
the
think
last
that's
couple dogs that's been in that spot has went under the arc and hunted deep, but I think he just put his face on it.
And you know Carter is pumped. Nice job, nice job. Well, may have a lot of history made here this week.
Yeah, no doubt. The first
could be if he wins.
If he wins, we're not judging, but if it does hold up, then Riggs would be the first chocolate dog
in the Open.
We'll have a new amateur champion other than
Ron and Mr. Mike Gibson,
which are 2
solid,
unbelievable amateur. I mean, you know, those are some names that you see when you go somewhere and they're signed up. You're like,
all right, guys, I think we're about to step into a commercial break. As soon as this commercial break's over, we'll be back to announce how things shook out here in the Series 5 finals for the 2024 Crown Championship. We'll be right back.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now, under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
Come see a line of Brinkley campers new to the industry. You'll find customer-driven product designs in the lineup of fifth wheels, travel trailers, and toy haulers. Come check out the Brinkley collection today.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our Retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sunup to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
Never heard which camera? Which camera? I didn't know it, sorry. Come on.
So higher.
Matt, do you have a running order? Text Bailey, tell her to. I don't, and I'm out here. Tell Bailey to take a picture of my screen.
You know the winner? Hi, Dad. It's up here where she can grab it. Sorry, what? You know the winner? We're getting ready to do the winner here in a second. That one guy. Yeah, that was awesome. Did you see what he did first before he went to the no, I did. I tried to get a shot of it, but he was down there on his knees saying a prayer with that dog. Wow. Down there at the very end. I zoomed in, then he got up, so I just took a picture of him walking, but yeah. So, kind of classy. Who's up anyway? Is camera 1 or 2 up? Do this and I'll give him the logo.
Where are we going to put them? Right on here? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, okay?
Are they handing?
We're going to hand the ribbon.
Oh, they
No,
can
I'm
bring
not
us
going to give
anything.
them focus.
We had crackers, that's it. Oh, good. Sounds good. Man, y'all getting out first, right? We already know that. Almost.
Don't spoil it.
Come on down, guys.
We're handing you ribbons. Just stand there and then tear it out. We're doing, Yeah, you ready? If you're, you can see it. When you talk. Yeah, I love it.
They're fixing. I think you'll be in the shot.
Yeah, you might want to leave.
Probably. Go back there. I'll tell Joe to tell him.
Not sure yet.
Hey, Joe. Did you tell Cody to count Leah in?
You have.
Tell Cody to count Leah in.
Can I have him for 5 minutes?
The guy, the sergeant is here after.
Got an idea? Hey, Marty, can you help us get this?
Y'all just hand
Because
it.
he's got to go.
I'll hand them to you.
All you have to do is hold this box. Thank you
I want
very
you in
much.
the frame, so kind of spin around this way.
Actually, just stay behind me. If I walk over here, the problem is we only have this much. I got you.
All right, guys, welcome back. Obviously, this has been an exciting 5th series here at the 2024 SRS Crown Championship. As you can see, our lovely judges, Miss Shannon, our head marshal, Matt. I know, Rob, that there are some folks over there that are anticipating to see how things shake out, and we have no doubt seen some incredible dog work throughout the entire week.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure there's some people standing over there that are already trying to break their run down, but you know, at this point, you know, just to get here and be able to stand right there, you know, you gotta appreciate that, and you gotta celebrate that, and then you go back to work on Monday.
That's right. 100%. Well, I think, yeah. I know for me, looking back through this week, that I'm not just looking back through the week, right? I'm looking over the whole year.
Right.
And it has been a heck of a ride. There have been some miles put on a vehicle trying to go out there and do this. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
We'll do the amateur side first.
They're going to do AMs first.
In 6th place with a total of 362 is Kevin Baggett and Satchmo.
Kevin Baggett and Satchmo hold on to 6th place. Mr. Kevin, when you go back and watch this, I can't begin to tell you how possibly and incredibly proud I am of you and all the work that you've done to get here. Congratulations, and I love you.
Kevin, just line up. Kevin, just go right back there. This is no good. The white one.
In 5th place with a total of 290, Dustin Owens and Ranger.
5th place comes in with Ranger. Ranger had Dustin had 2 dogs here in the finals, and you know that he's tickled to death just to get that done, and then now to be able
to put
your hands on one of the
with a total of 263, Dustin Owens and Fancy.
And Fancy claims 4th place. Man, Dustin, congrats, dude. I know how much time and work you've put into that, so when you go back and watch that, congratulations, and soak it in, brother. I'm coming for you next year.
We all are.
3rd place. Never mind, I messed up. He didn't have them in order.
I do.
Uh-oh.
Dustin, come back.
I think
I think
there may have been a little bit of a mistake made.
Yep.
I think they're trying to get some things straightened out. We may have to go back and redo these placements, which is fine.
Yeah, I don't think Dustin is going to complain.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
All right, Kevin's right. All
They haven't called Kevin back.
5th place, my apologies. With a total of 309 is Paul Argonoff and Cash.
Paul and Cash. Okay. Paul and Cash.
And we were afraid that little bobble that Cash had with that, you know, showed some confusion on, you know, that mark, and you know, had a really good line.
With a total of 290, Dustin Owens and Ranger.
All right, so 4th place goes to Dustin and Ranger.
3rd place.
I'm gonna guess
Third place with a total of 263. Dustin Owens and
Dustin and Fancy.
Dustin and Fancy was third place.
So Dustin and Fancy got third place. So for those who don't know, if you get a first through third in a finals at the SRS Crown Championship, automatically qualifies you for next year. So now Dustin's locked in next year to run Fancy.
Second place with a total of 199, Jason Flasher and Shaker.
Wow,
Shaker.
199, so he had a 19 on that run.
19 on his run.
Great
Wow.
job, Jason. Congratulations on a good year.
And I think we all had no doubt who the clear winner is of this. And I'm telling you, Mr. John, if folks didn't know who Kate was, they certainly know now. And now we have a brand new 2024 SRS Crown Champion on the amateur side. Congratulations, Mr. John, and to your dad. I've got to know you guys pretty good over the last couple years, and heck of a job, guys. Heck of a job. There you have it.
Scores.
Man, 132 total for the week.
Wow.
Series 5 of a 14. Whew. Wow. There's a bunch of smiling faces over there, and I would be too.
Heck yeah.
I'm smiling for them over here.
Me too. Maybe next year me and you will be standing over there. What a backdrop too.
Yeah, look at them. Man, that's some good looking dogs.
Kate don't know exactly.
I don't know that Kate's really used to this. I can't clap for you guys because you might pick it up in the mic, but I'm super happy for each and every one of you standing up there. No doubt, great dog work this week, and I look forward to running against each and every one of you next year in the 2025 season. Again, congratulations.
Yes, huge congrats, and I'm sure we'll probably see every one of those guys at the Crown next year.
No doubt I'm going to see two of them. I'm going to see one of them probably this week in training. He's probably already driving back to Dublin in his head right now, picking out a setup. Nah, he's probably got Owen doing it.
I'm sure Owen's listening and watching, and I know he's got a big smile on his face for Satchmo.
Hey.
That's awesome. Trying to get all those awesome dog pictures going on
Trying to
there.
get them photogenic here. Shaker giving Fancy a little kiss.
Hey, Kate.
Talk about some major dash candy on the way home. I'd have that thing
Oh yeah, it'll be on
hung out the
Instagram.
window.
It'll be on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. And make sure to follow Super Retriever Series on all those as well.
You know right now each and every one of them is headed home riding high. I would be.
Yes,
I'm gonna ride home on a high anyhow.
me too.
Just the fact of being here. Yeah. Oh, here we go, pro side. This is where I think things are gonna get interesting
Yeah,
in this.
there was some interesting stuff for sure.
Joe, you good?
Yep.
All right. On the open side, sixth place with a total of 311, Leo Joseph and Tex.
So Leo Joseph and Tex take sixth place.
Yeah, so there was some points at there.
I'm wondering
for-
now if there was, if you're right, if there was some points.
With a total of 237, Stephen Durrance and Onyx.
Stephen Durrance and Onyx take fifth.
Interesting.
think the hunt.
Place with a total of 232. Michael Dillman and Barrett.
Fourth place.
Fourth place, Michael and Barry.
Now's when things get interesting. We knew that second and third might.
Yeah, we figured there would be some movement.
Third place with a total of 231. Lyle, Simon, and Jordan.
So second place,
Second
team of the
place.
year dog. Third place at the crown.
Yep.
I'm sure Lyle's happy with consistency that Jordan.
Team CCK's got 2 dogs. 2 dogs here in the finals. One with Clark and one with him.
Second place with a total of 222. Clark Kennington and True.
Mr. Toombs and Clark Kennington take second place. Man, Kelly, congratulations. So awesome for you and Toombs and the CCK group.
All right, in first place with a total of 134. Carter Turner and Ridge.
Mr. Carter Turner and the 3-year-old chocolate dog.
So it's
claim
official.
Victory. Man, so history has no doubt been made
this
here.
year, no doubt.
So much has happened.
25th year.
So much has gone on this week. You know, it's been a wild and crazy ride just being here. And we got a 3-year-old chocolate dog that just earned the Crown Championship on the pro side and will be joining that category with Rip, and I think it was Boomer. And then we have a new amateur Crown champion, Mr. John, who will be able to join that class with Ron and Mr. Mike Gibson.
Yep, no doubt.
And to all of you guys up there standing right now, if you go back and watch this, I can't clap for you, but congratulations to each and every one of you. Much deserved, heck of a week, and a heck of a week for everybody.
Leah, I sure have enjoyed being able to stay and commentate with you, to be here, to get to see it from this seat. And I don't think Mr. Pat's got to worry about losing his job, but at least he knows if he needs some backups, we will help him out for sure. But it has been an incredible experience for me. This is my first time ever at the Crown, and you know, it's everything I expected and more, and definitely looking forward to hopefully making it back next year.
Absolutely. And it's been a pleasure to sit up here and talk with you too, Rob. I know we probably didn't give perspectives quite like Mr. Pat, you know, from a training sense, but maybe we were able to give the folks at home a little bit more of a personal perspective on some of these handlers and dogs. And that's what it's about, right?
That's right.
The handler and the dog and the team and the trust that comes with doing the sport. And I'm definitely looking forward to next year, and going to come back and hit it hard and see how things shake out. And I know you will too.
No doubt. I've already took a picture of the schedule for next year, and got to get home and start making plans to figure out the road that we got to go down to be able to be here next year.
100%. Well, guys, again, we want to thank our judges, Bird Boys. I'm sure Miss Shannon and Matt and all them are going to have a little bit of time left, and we appreciate them and all their hard work, and most certainly appreciate our sponsors. You can do the Lucky Duck. There's a list. I can't name them all by memory. But thank you to everybody, and thank you to everybody who tuned in. And I think now is when things prepping for next year comes.
That's
right now.
Hey, everybody's getting ready to go to work. We hope everybody at home enjoyed it, and we will see you guys next year in Shreveport for the 25 SRS Crown Championship.
There we go. I got it.
Thank you.
Good job.
They're probably all gone.
Oh, sorry.
I probably smashed all of them. I apologize. I figured that's what
Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome.
I had a good week for my vacation. Daddy a good Cheeto hug. Hey, Waylon, come on here. There we go. You did good. Let me get a picture of you and Daddy. All right, good.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our Retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission.